presenter of this morning is a member of the Academy of the Kingdom. He was called urgently by the permanent secretary of the Academy. He asked us to bear with him. He will be here in 30 minutes. So there are two ways of addressing the situation. One way is to say that and I have to check with my team if the manifesto is available. When is it available?
Available maybe in an hour.
No, the manifesto is fair. Well, okay. We need to project the manifesto in French and English. In French and English. Can you do that? So that we introduce the manifesto to you. Mr. Fadili will do that. And we start the discussion, waiting for him to come. And then we'll have the panel to make use of the time that we have now. Otherwise, we'll be sitting here doing nothing. So my proposal is to have the manifesto projected in French and English, and then we comment it, and even we approve it. Don't go into editorials. Keep at main ideas, not semi-comma and comma here, and the phrase is done this way and this way. No, keep the idea focus, and then we'll do that way. This manifesto was a draft of a team that worked to reconcile many aspects of text on the culture, gathering the wisdom of the African Union, gathering the wisdom of UNESCO, gathering the wisdom of the UN, and all the professionals that work on culture, art, and creative industry. And we came up with a text that need to be adopted as the Manifesto of Mayors on Culture. I'm afraid this delay is not to be used as a time to acquaint yourself with the manifesto and maybe approve it. Is it possible to have it now?
In 4 minutes.
In French and English?
French and English.
Okay. So we have 5 minutes to wait, and then the manifesto will be projected. Thank you.
Bonjour mesdames, messieurs, bonjour. Désolée pour ce battement, désolée pour ce battement de temps. Donc, mesdames, messieurs, madame la maire de la capitale de Rabat, madame la présidente du réseau des femmes du Maroc, monsieur le secrétaire général, si vous voulez bien prendre, monsieur Mbassi, prendre place. Donc, merci beaucoup. Alors, je vous salue comme Iboussier. Vous savez, c'est une ancienne expression française comme Iboussier. Je vous salue et vous souhaite la bienvenue à Rabat, qui est encore pour quelques jours capitale de la culture africaine et qui va donc, vous le savez, passer le témoin à une autre capitale du continent. Bienvenue donc au Forum des maires qui a débuté hier. Forum des maires et leader des collectivités locales d'Afrique, dont le but est d'ériger la culture comme quatrième pilier du développement durable, de faire de la culture un objectif et un moteur de transformation économique, comme cela a été décliné hier pour les villes. On a cité l'exemple de Rabat, de Bilbao, d'Izmir, etc., qui ont organisé des agendas 21 et qui ont organisé des assises de la culture. Donc, parmi les outils, leviers et méthodes pour ce faire, résumés par Monsfa Délé hier, donc, parmi donc cette politique, on citera une véritable stratégie, des infrastructures, le financement, le travail en synergie de tous les acteurs, parties prenantes donc, et acteurs, et donc surtout la gestion du temps. Gestion du temps, un prérequis nécessaire pour le succès de toute manifestation, stratégie, rencontre, symposium, que nous allons essayer nous-mêmes donc de maîtriser. Et à ce propos, je voudrais juste rappeler, comme un clin d'œil, le mot de Henri Lopez, ex-premier ministre du Congo et écrivain, qui était présent à la 43e session de l'Académie royale du Maroc, qui avait pour thème l'Afrique comme horizon de pensée. Et qui gentiment, donc, c'était la session, on avait rendu hommage au prix Nobel africain, à savoir Walk Solinja du Nigeria, Naguib Mahfoud d'Égypte, Doreen Sele du Zimbabwe, John Coester d'Afrique du Sud, et surtout à Amado Mourtar Diop, Mourtar Mbo, qui a dirigé pendant 13 ans l'UNESCO et qui était présent, âgé de 95 ans, donc, à cette session. Et donc, au cours de cette conférence, M. Henri Lopez, j'aime bien rappeler ce mot, me rappeler un vieil adage africain qui disait « Quand tu parles, aie pitié de celui qui écoute et va à l'essentiel ». Nous allons donc aujourd'hui, ce matin, aller à l'essentiel. Et aujourd'hui, l'essentiel, c'est de considérer le manifeste sur le renouveau de la culture africaine afrodescendante et la proposition de créer un label donc copyright pour l'Afrique et donc les territoires africains qui protègent les droits d'auteur. J'ai évoqué donc l'Académie du Royaume du Maroc.
And also we do thank the Academy of Morocco and all the people who are here present. And while waiting, I'll give the floor to Mr. Fadili to give, who is an expert in urban qualification and planning. And Monsef, if you want to do the headlights and highlights of today's session and panel. Thank you, Mrs. Farida. It was not programmed to speak, but I will use the expression. We're in a family, and when somebody in the family is missing, the other one is going to receive the guest. So you're the family. There will be no lost time. It's a manifesto that we have dear to our heart, and it's something that is easy to do. Thank you, Mrs. Mayor, to be with us. This is the president of CGU Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, presidents of regions, Mrs. the president of women, African women, and who come here, and dear friends, this session this year would not be done without a label, without a historic moment. How can we do with the years that pass that we can remind ourselves? So Rabat is the African capital of culture. So we leave a tray and we say that the word tray flies, but the written is and it is still used. So this is, but you have to write this, we have to inscribe it into. So this is consolidating And we had the ambition to do all of that with ULCAG Africa, with all the partners and the local governments to direct a manifesto of African culture. So manifesto, the word is strong. It's a document that is generated. It's not about a declaration or a statement. A manifesto is a commitment, which is collective and faithful and loyal and done for renewal and rebirth is to give
à la culture africaine, qui est notre maison collective, qui est ce qui fait notre identité, notre spiritualité, notre ancrage, mais aussi ce qui nous projette vers l'avenir. Genèse des capitales européennes, c'est fondé à l'intérieur de l'Union européenne, ce que nous ambitionnons demain de faire dans un cadre africain réellement panafricaniste. Je n'ai plus le texte, mais je continuerai à en dire que ces engagements, parce qu'ils engagent et nous engagent, et ils engagent les maires, de partage qui nous propulse et nous projette vers l'avenir. Mettre la culture au cœur des politiques nationales et territoriales, parce qu'il s'agit d'un 4e pilier du développement, et nous savons gré à CG du Monde d'avoir initié à Mexico en 2010 l'introduction de la culture comme 4e pilier du développement durable, après l'environnement, l'économique et le social. Participer aux travaux de la Commission parce que la Commission sur les stratégies de développement représente un cadre fédérateur. N'oublions jamais que nous avons la chance, véritablement le privilège, et nous l'inscrivons dans la durée, Madame la maire, le fait que CGLU Afrique soit à Rabat est véritablement une aubaine. CGLU Afrique aurait pu avoir son siège à Dakar, à Lagos, à Bangui, Monsieur le maire, ou au Caire. Il se trouve à Rabat. C'est un hasard, mais c'est peut-être aussi une nécessité. Profitons de ce hasard et de cette nécessité pour venir le plus souvent rendre visite à CGLU Afrique, qui est un espace ouvert. Madame Farida Moha, Madame la maire, Mesdames, Messieurs, Madame la présidente, Monsieur le secrétaire général, chers amis, parce que nous sommes aujourd'hui une famille, le fait que nous soyons tous ici pour ce 2e jour, pour adopter ensemble ce renouveau de la culture africaine, restera fort dans nos mémoires. Je passe la parole aux intervenants suivants en vous remerciant de votre écoute.
Merci beaucoup, mon chef, pour avoir résumé l'esprit et la d'avoir donné la substantifique moelle, vraiment, c'est important. Donc, juste, je répète, c'est une déclaration d'engagement qui est portée par une force morale, mais non pas juridique. C'est un cadre de proposition qui nous projette en même temps dans l'avenir, en tenant compte donc de nos racines, mais aussi le présent. Moi, je voudrais juste à la fin rappeler, juste relire le dernier, le 10e, donc soutenir le programme des capitales africaines de la culture de CGLU Afrique en tant qu'instrument de promotion de l'excellence de la culture africaine, facteur de régénération du sentiment d'appartenance au continent africain, facteur d'attractivité des collectivités territoriales d'Afrique et créateur d'opportunités d'avenir dans un enracinement du passé, mais en même temps un continuum avec Rabat. C'est-à-dire qu'après Rabat, capitale de la culture africaine, il y a une continuité puisque Rabat va passer, il y aura un passage à témoin avec une prochaine capitale africaine. Merci beaucoup. J'ai le plaisir d'appeler ici au podium monsieur. Alors, excusez-moi, monsieur Limoye n'est pas là. Alors, c'est monsieur. Monsieur Oshinoo Oladele Mogaji. Donc, s'il veut bien. Ah, voilà, monsieur Jeanne Baudet qui arrive, donc rejoignez-nous. Ensuite, donc, j'appellerai monsieur Émile Gros-Raymond, Lacombo. Monsieur Nassif Ahmed Abdallah, s'il est parmi nous. Monsieur Doukadi Kapa. Donc, en tout cas, les personnes qui sont à ce premier. Monsieur, bienvenue, mettez-vous. Donc, monsieur Eugène Baudet vient de nous rejoindre. Alors, Eugène, je ne sais pas si tu as eu l'occasion donc de lire le manifeste. Je voudrais avoir un petit peu ton ressenti. Monsef vient de nous faire un résumé, ce que je disais, la substantifique moelle du manifeste. Donc, quelle est ta réaction par rapport au manifeste? Alors, je rappelle que M. Eugène Baudet est écrivain, voilà, et qu'il est administrateur de la chaire des littératures et des arts africains à l'Académie royale du Maroc. Donc, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous, même si c'est un peu en retard. Donc, si tu veux bien, tu as un micro. Et donc, un petit peu ton ressenti à ce manifeste.
Merci beaucoup pour cette invitation à rejoindre un mouvement qui prend date et qui prend place dans l'architecture globale qui nous est proposée pour relancer à la fois l'idée de nouveaux acteurs, et c'est le cas des maires, les acteurs de la diplomatie, parce que Dans le cadre classique, celle-ci n'était pilotée que par les États. Et les maires, une institution de proximité, celle qui est réputée être la plus proche des populations, ont évidemment un rôle déterminant dans une nouvelle architecture de la diplomatie qui n'est plus uniquement l'apanage de l'État central. Mais ici, il s'agit bien de dire que ces nouveaux acteurs, qu'on les qualifie d'exercer de la soft diplomatie à travers le volet culturel ou de la sub-diplomatie pour la distinguer de celle pilotée par l'État central, eh bien, ce nouvel acteur est important, surtout pour moi, pour ce qui concerne le point 6. Le point 6 qui relève des politiques éducatives et pour lesquelles cette phase, cette action culturelle est importante. Et vous l'avez dit, Fadela, je suis
I'm an administrator of a chair of literature at the Academy of Morocco, and we wanted, through the perpetual secretary of this academy, that we wanted to diversity, and especially the disenclavement or the opening up or the stopping the closure and stopping the fact of being deeply embedded into one domain, but to open up to other cultures, because there are essential elements to feed the close relationships, to feed all the elements in the axis through without having a particular objective. So we are towards a world that is changing, and we have to open up to one another. And there are threats that impact on the collective security. And since we're in Africa and also elsewhere in the world, so facing these perturbations, these changes, these negative changes, and in facing to the pandemic, Mr. Monsif Adili, who has had a publication on Rabat on the immobilization caused or stagnation caused by the pandemic. So this pandemic was at the same time a rupture, a tipping point, a point of change, which pushed us to think, to review our relations, from a personal perspective, from a diplomatic perspective, which will paralyze it, how we can restart, how we can find the vitality, the energy is through culture. Culture is the central point, through education, through by opening up, and through this opening up that the Moroccan Academy has reached an end to a heavy legacy, which is heavy to carry in Africa, but to share, starting from the linguistic diversity, which were oriented towards an experience, singular, an exceptional experience, and not to turn your back to other experiences, but to integrate all experiences. And so on the element 6, that the languages are the tools, and particular tools, especially African languages. So in the Moroccan Academy, there's an issue, or there is an interest to create just in a language of great communication, but we will have diversified the Francophone, the Arabophone, the Anglophone, the Hispanophone. So we have to have a rich environment, a rich in terms of language, to stop the barriers, how we can really meet, how we can open up through culture. So I had the chance to meet in this afternoon at a symposium on the history, of what you're doing here. It participate in this re-energizing, revitality. It is central, but it implements and it brings everyone. And among these instruments, there is diversity. And in diversity, we have the languages of Africa, we have the cultures of Africa, so that Africa has half of the languages. It's very rich in languages, and we have not to be killing to this richness, but we should be the savior of this richness. We should push people to that. So the Swahili language is a choice, a language, an African language which will serve a cause that is unique. So it will be other languages. So we have to choose a language of communication that will bring the destiny, that will preserve the destiny of Africa. Yesterday I was saying, home we had a wonderful evening yesterday with music. It is an instrument of unifying. So languages are a unifying element. The music plays also a unifying element. In the crisis of Biafra, and the music plays. So they proposed a song that I will invite you to listen to, and it starts on the focus on identity. And it says, brothers and sisters. This is Fela. I want to tell you something. Chaque pays, il a des problèmes. Et c'est pareil pour l'Afrique. So every country has its problems, as Nigeria. Mais qu'est-ce que nous devons faire? Que devons-nous faire? Nous devons penser ensemble, vivre ensemble, apprendre de l'un de l'autre, et d'avoir cette vision ensemble, de nous trouver ensemble. So this message, which was anchored in my mind, to conclude, the perspective which was given to us. It's a perspective, it's about brotherhood, it's a birth of brotherhood, a rebirth. That's the particularity. It's the making of nations and nation states, which has privileged the opening up to open doors and windows, so that the culture must be the unifying energy of the future of tomorrow, for a better world, that better than the one we live in, and the world that we want to transmit to the next generation. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Janowidi. I have a question to ask. Be together for surviving. This is the spirit of this manifesto. Be together to survive, which is the manifesto, which gets back to the Latin. It's a statement which gives the cap. It's within the culture that gives the unity. It's to transcend fragmentation. And this thing which you have shown, to transcend this diversity which you have quoted, so that Africa has half of the languages. I think that there are 2,000 languages in Africa. And I would like to say, your the Sultan Damoun has worked on language. So the orality of Africa, can you say something about the orality of Africa from last symposium? It was the invention. So it's a symposium on the invention and writing, because Africa is known with in its orality, and it's the symposium that you referred to is concerned about the invention of writing in Africa. And among these inventions, it was one of the Sultan Ibrahim Yagura from the 17th century. We were almost 7 years after the Berlin conference, the conference that you know, which has shared Africa in different cakes, that the Europeans imposes the territory. And it seems that the Germans present in Cameroon, they have learned the Bamoun language. The substance, they say that there was no secret to be shared with these administrative. Who was the Bamoun of that. So this time he had the idea to be able to have due control, to have the upper hand, to be able to dialogue his citizens far from the Germans. So they have to invent a language. And that's when they invented the Schumann. It's not just a language, it's just an alphabet. And then said, as an through this alphabet, I will write a language, I will write a book that speaks a language that we don't hear. And that's writing. It's the invention of writing. So he invented a language to be safe, to communicate in an African language that no one will be able to understand. And also to do the mapping of his kingdom and to fix the framework of his territory. And then later on all the development, there was only just idea of the upper hand or a territorial sovereignty, but a medical sovereignty. Because also this Sultan at the 17th age wanted to look for pharmacological sovereignty. But there was also food, there were a lot of things that they were looking for independence. So the spatial framework was very important because he had built on the tools of the local territory, from the local dust to the local material substance. He built a palace. So starting from the material, from the roots, from the land, and he took from the substance to things and used that dust as a cement to build. So he wanted, so this inventive sultan, he invented not only the language, but the alphabet, but also work so the posterity can receive after the Bamoun culture, legacy, his richness, and writing that the Academy of the Kingdom of Morocco has an honor to translate in so the multiplicity of languages. Some say 3,000 languages in Africa. So language can be used as hospitality tool, and that we should get this hospitality among languages to support that they can be used as bridges among one another, and also as a tipping point, as a strong. That's the idea that we defended, that we exposed, we exhibited, which will be transformed by a translation of a book distilled, which consists of the Proverbs, the sayings. It will be translated in French for the first time, and then we will translate it also into Arabic, not just French. Thank you, sir. I just want to remind you the Berlin conference, which has cut the African continent into pieces of a cake. Yesterday, with the conference of ministers in the Permanent Hotel, I was there, that he has gone through and was subjected to colonialism of the Germans, the Belgians, and then the French. So you can imagine if you go through and if you go under this colonization. So from this point of view, the French, which was discovered by a Portuguese person and also European, and it is an experience from which we have to use to the parts that was left to us, but to be a better man and a better person. Earlier, it talks about the translation that makes the link between hospitality and also the bridges between culture. Just to say that to the translators team who are doing this job, I would like to say that there's not just the language, but there is a taboo language. And now we have to look at the languages not as a taboo, but as an enrichment. So if you want to have a first reaction to the manifesto, if that is a good feedback to the manifesto.
Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment. Mon nom est Abagazi, de Sud-Afrique. Je crois que, en fait, que la langue crée des barrières et il nous empêche de communiquer en tant qu'Africains. Et maintenant, je pense que je ne peux pas comprendre les autres langues, c'est d'utiliser tout ce qui est différent et d'essayer de s'assurer qu'il y a une collaboration en tant que continent pour construire quelque chose ensemble. Je pense que c'est essentiel et c'est très important. Et en tant qu'Africains, on est dans l'histoire et la culture, elle a été utilisée mal pour le désintégrer, pour créer des fissures. Donc maintenant, nous allons utiliser la culture en tant qu'un élément fédérateur. Donc, lorsqu'on écrivant ce manifeste, c'est d'éliminer tous les éléments qui vont créer cette désintégration et aussi pour promouvoir la culture comme un élément qui est fédérateur, qui va unifier la culture avec des éléments qui sont essentiels. Donc, la culture, elle est utilisée pour impressionner les gens, pour imprégner les gens, pour pousser les gens, pour les protéger, pour montrer la richesse, de mettre en exergue tous les éléments favorables à une croissance intellectuelle. Thank you so much. The idea was it's a declaration that is unifying by respecting the richness of Africa. If you want, sir, do you have the mic? Would you like to react to the manifesto?
All right. Thank you very much.
Merci infiniment. La culture en Afrique. On a en fait, donc nous ne voulons pas perdre notre culture. Donc, la culture, qui dit culture, dit identité. Et pour le moment, les enfants, les jeunes sont un petit peu orientés vers la culture occidentale, donc ils sont devenus des étrangers. Donc, il y avait cette aliénation en fait, et nous devons veiller, devons contrôler l'impact de la culture. C'est ce qui est arrivé en Nigeria, dans ce qui nous ramène ensemble. Il ne fait pas son travail, sa fonction. Donc, nous devons revoir la culture et la musique. Par exemple, je n'arrive pas à comprendre des mouvements musicaux, donc la musique de Sud-Afrique et tout cela. Donc, il y a la danse, il y a des éléments fédérateurs, mais il y a un élément qui est étrange. Donc, nous devons vérifier l'importance. Donc, je n'arrive pas à comprendre un certain nombre de choses. Donc, le manifeste, il va donner une façon de fédération. On va l'adopter, nous voulons l'adopter, nous voulons le mettre, nous voulons le transmettre, nous devons vulgariser ces concepts aux apprenants, aux élèves et à tout le monde. Et merci infiniment. Donc, je suis positif à l'égard de ce manifeste. Merci. Thank you so much for having highlighted the identity with the new technology. And in fact, for the youth, who constitute 60 or 70% of the African population, 1 million people. So these youth can face an issue of identity loss. So this identity loss, and forgetting the roots and of them. So thank you for having put the finger on the element of culture, on the element of identity, and also for the mayor this is the mayor who is going to make a speech. Thank you. In fact, what has really impacted me or demarcated by looking at this document, I discovered one thing, I don't know if that is related, that the chart of 1916, at the time, we have dedicated a paragraph to culture that it should be a pillar of development. This is something external. And sadly, from this time till this, we have realized that we have to go back to the culture. The culture is not only a mean of destruction, but also a means of development, which can be treated on the same equal footing for the development, for the social element, for the environmental element. But today we look at the case of Rabat. Rabat is a jewelry. This year, and thanks to the efforts of Mr. Julian, the efforts of the government, it was designated as the first capital of African, the first capital of culture, African capital of culture. And then it will continue to other African capitals. And it is something which is extraordinary because it has allowed us to realize and to achieve a lot of activities. And these activities, Mrs. Moha, have created some kind of richness. In Rabat, we have the privilege to benefit activities within the framework of festivities. We notice it's not just a means of destruction, but a means of identity, which has allowed us to organize debates and concerts, which allows us to learn and to learn from closely the African culture. If I take like yesterday's evening of music, by listening to that music, we understand to what point, what extent the fact of choosing and look at the responsibility of decision and have taken culture as the fourth pillar. This is a way to say we're here. We're here. We have an interest to be connected, to feel one, and to make of culture not just a means of destruction, but a means of economic and environmental development. It's a means of connection between civilization, between our culture, and here we have to do the necessary thing so that it continues. Mr. Mbati, who has done an extraordinary effort and who has done this thing within Rabat, something. So the Minister of Culture and Youth, instead of the mayor, the closing of the festivities, the closing of the festivities of Rabat as an African capital. We have to think of something else, and we have to go out to celebrate music. We have to do something to replace this event, and it is something wonderful and excellent. Today, this manifesto, Mrs. Farida Moha, is a declaration of commitment. It's a declaration of all our engagements, all the mayors of Africa. This manifesto that started has this African aspect, and it has taken the lead. And today we celebrate together the birth of the Rabat Manifesto, which will be the starting point, which will be the taking off for a culture that we can only admit it to be happy, participatory, and to give the best of us. Believe me, dear colleagues, dear mayors, that the activity on this celebration has brought us a lot of things to our economy, and that is the objective. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will give to Mrs. Fatima Toubou the floor, who is president of ULPG. It was not programmed, but I keep a good memory. We don't know one another. I was at the embassy in Paris, and when you were appointed, the best good of your benefits that you have done to Nouakchott. And I kept this memory. And thank you so much for saying something for the closing of this meeting of today on the manifesto. I would like you to give a word about it. So the unexpected things are wonderful. If I have something to say, connection to the man, it's a wonderful document that we have elaborated with an advanced style of writing. It gives the form of it, the outlook of it, and of course, an African art connection to the
La dimension transversale de la culture par rapport à notre quotidien, par rapport
So culture in our daily life and culture in our countries
se révèle dans ce document-là.
is present in this document. It is a very good thing. So culture, once again, repeated, is a pillar of development, and it is a cement for our communities. As I said earlier, yesterday, it is first and foremost a way of establishing peace between the different countries and on the global scene. And I think Africa, through this manifesto, already stands out and positions itself on the world scene, and to say that culture for we Africans has its quality, I would say has its primacy, because yesterday we said that Africa is the cradle of mankind. So somehow we are behind the origin of all the cultures, I would say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. President of UCLD Africa. So the moderator says that so quickly, because it is a lady, and since it is women who are behind all these ideas. So you are president of the network of locally elected women of Africa, REFELA. Mrs. Fatna Kiel. Very quickly, women are very understanding and they respect time. I would like to say, anyway, that we Moroccan women were honored in many respects. First of all, we are Africans. Second capacity, we are Moroccan. Third capacity, the African capital of culture is led by a woman, Madame Mayor of Rabat, who's present here. And UCLD Africa is presided by a woman. So women are here to show the difference. And this honor has to be celebrated. And Madame Mayor has said that Rabat today is the starting point. It is the first African capital of culture. Let's make of culture not the fourth pillar, Madame Mayor, but the main pillar. I say I am asking for some amendments, Mr. Secretary General of UCLD Africa. Culture is present, omnipresent. It doesn't know any borders. It is really tolerant. It brings together all the people, regardless of the religion, regardless of the color, regardless of the political trends. Thank you for understanding the culture is the main pillar of any development that wants to be sustainable. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. So culture, that is an element of peace, as Mrs. Fatima said, in this world of tensions and wars and conflict. I think it was important to remind the fact that culture is the lever of peace. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for reminding us the different pillar, for reminding us that culture is a mark of identity. And of course, it is an economic lever, because you said that thanks to Rabat African capital of culture, we had growth, we had the value added, we had creation of jobs. And Rabat, by the way, which is absolutely extraordinary, and Mr. Bassi at the Minister's Conference reminded to the fact that there was a huge cultural boom has made it possible to bring 4,000 artists, because there are figures that are self-explanatory. 4,000 artists representing 50 countries in about 100 events during these last 2 years. So after COVID, and it's not something formidable. The next capital will have a huge, a hell of a challenge to face for 1 year. It was in 2022 to 2023. Yes, someone wants to take the floor. Yes, I wanted to say that this declaration is also to be positioned in a historical context. You remember that in the 1950s, it was born in Paris, a publishing house that was called African Presence. And this African Presence publishing house was already a grouping of intellectuals and artists. In this grouping, there was Josephine Baker, because the lady was speaking about the role of women. So it is essential indeed to mention this, as you did. And Josephine Baker was a fighter. She was a resistant during the Second World War, and she had fought the Nazi Germany. And this Josephine Baker merged with Pablo Picasso, who was the one who drew the two posters of the first two congresses of artists and black writers. But in the term black, there was no border. It was just to have, as Aimé Césaire, a writer, said, it was just to have on the large stage of history, to have the people who had either discarded or forgotten, and who found met again the large human family. What we are doing here is within this large history, when new actors are entering on the stage of history to claim, first of all, the independence of state and also the autonomy of cultural affairs that was continued in Rome with the Second Congress. The first Congress was in 1956, the second one in 1959, and there was the Congress of Niger or Negro arts in Dakar and then in Algeria, and which continues today. The Festival of Negro Arts, and we see it with all the leadership of King Mohammed VI, who has always insisted on the essential part of the capital cities as driving force of culture, not only to show the best of what we can do, but the most fantastic heritage of our imagination. But also, as you all mentioned, the goal is to reach some useful collaboration in order to face together the problems of our times. But to face them by being happy, by being joyful, by being optimistic, as we said yesterday, with the demonstration made by Alpha D in order to bring together the four or even the four corners, because it was not only the geography, the classical geography with the east, west, south, and north of Africa, but it was also the diaspora that can be considered as because without culture, without particular face, but the face of all the people who find their link with Africa, their roots with, which is the cradle of humanity, as everybody knows. Well said the moderator. You remember the writer Aimé Césaire and Mr. Mbassi likes to say, like Aimé Césaire, everything starts with culture and everything finishes with culture. So Rabat Capitale Africaine, to Mr. Mbassi, who has really allowed us to hold a wonderful meeting. And you speak, Sir, about the African presence in the 1950s, and Mr. Mbassi, during the African Union, met the Mr. Marvin, the representative, Mr. Darwin, representative of Pan-Africanism. And by the way, we had this wonderful opportunity to meet those people who worked for the history, because I did not hear applause, round of applause for Mr. Mbassi. Yes, let me resume, because it is absolutely the complacency, but Mr. Was the spearhead of this cultural extraordinary momentum, cultural, and he was also the one that tried to rectify things when things were not working. It was not easy because, you know, but anyway, thanks to the partnership with the municipality of Rabat. So we shall listen to you. I give you the floor. We'll come back to the manifesto, but you can say whatever you want. Thank you, ma'am. In fact, I would like to come back to the African presence. and say that when we go back to African presence until today, what has been done since the 1950s until now? When I ask myself the question, I said that Africa, which is a continent that is at the cradle of mankind. I am from Central Africa, which is at the heart of Africa, and the feet of Africa are South Africa. But I think that the north of Africa is Morocco, and Morocco, with their head, his king, God bless him. As long as we don't place culture, human beings, the heart of our concerns, we cannot unite people, and we have to support this noble cause of culture. So let's talk here about culture. And I see two categories of people who should bear this torch: women here and there, women sitting or standing or lying, women always in action. So women are always in action, emotion. Without women, we can do nothing. And this youth, which is always forgotten. So youth and women.
Nous devons mettre en avant pour porter ce flambeau-là. Bien sûr, les adultes.
Bear this torch. Of course,
de pays
adults. And look,
où on a plus des hommes de troisième âge en activité.
More elderly people who are active than youth.
Nous ne formons pas la véhicule qui doit faire de telle sorte que cette culture africaine soit un ciment pour notre continent.
So, if we want our continent to be powerful,
comment faire pour que l'Afrique prenne ses marques? Mais nous oublions souvent.
Africa will take marks, but we often forget the fact that decision makers are not the mayors. The decision makers are not the mayors. The decision makers are not the local elected officials. No. What do the governments do? The national governments. What do the parliaments do? Our parliaments. What do they do? I even have a tendency to say that we should make sure that all the heads of the states of Africa to meet, and His Majesty, God bless him, should talk to him about what he's doing for Africa. And it would be really, he would show his leadership. His Majesty, King Mohammed VI, is the engine, but he cannot be the only
cause
who will support this African cause. There must be other heads of state who have the same vision, and we should quite be able to create a combination of action and vision, a community of action and vision, because otherwise all of those things we said today would be vain. We need our heads of state, our ministers, to understand that mayors are the arm of the central government. Often the national government are in contradiction. They want the mayors to fail. They send mayors to prison. With this way of doing things, Africa will not go far. This is what I wanted to say about this African culture. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Pour cet hommage particulier au souverain, qui est effectivement une sensibilité particulière par rapport à la culture. Oui, non, mais attendez, s'il vous plaît. Donc, c'est juste pour... Monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères de la Libye. Oui.
En Libye. There's just a moment we salute to a personality from Libya who we could invite.
To have with us, and this is a great honor, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Libya. Et He assisted, he participated in the ministers' meeting. And please, can you, have a seat there. In the ministers' meeting, and then he wanted to see how the mayors are deliberating. And this is an honor for us, Mr. Minister. Thank you.
Donc, vous voyez, monsieur, que des fois, il peut y avoir de bonnes connexions entre les gouvernements et les maires, ce qui est tout à fait. Donc, voilà, merci beaucoup, monsieur. Donc, je retiens l'idée que la femme et les jeunes qui sont toujours en action, ce sont le socle donc de cette dynamique culturelle. Mais comme disait monsieur Fadeli, voilà, monsieur le ministre des Affaires étrangères. Voilà, donc, Helen wa sahlan and welcome, monsieur le ministre. Donc, comme disait monsieur Fadeli, il faudrait qu'il y ait tous les acteurs.
All the actors of culture. So in fact, sir, there are many elements that do contribute to the socialization of culture. You have school, you have family, you have the political parties, you have civil society. So all this should be create a synergy. So anyway, thank you for your intervention. I will maybe give the floor to Minister from the SWEP. So you want to take the floor again? Take the floor to Madam Mayor. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
I want to respond in support of what it talks about the government, the leaders of nations to take the lead in terms of culture, how they set up commissions and all that. Yes, in Nigeria, the government of Nigeria has actually established laws that supports cultures and heritage, creative industries. Even the outgoing president of Federal Republic of Nigeria just assented to a bill in terms of culture and heritage and creative industry. And they have a seed fund of over $600 million US, while the subnational Lagos state government have over $2.2 million as a seed fund to support the culture. It is a deliberate attempt whereby they want culture to be part of us. The youth, they want culture to change the way the youth think. The way they are thinking now is about fintech, creative industry, cultures, and all that. And that's where they want to go. They don't want to go into another industry. So the government is deliberately, coming up with programs, setting up museums, setting up commissions, coming up with concerts, to encourage the youth to be able to, to be part of what the federal government and the state government are doing. So that's the reason why we decided to, for the next Africa's Capital of Culture, Lagos State, Nigeria has decided to be the host for the next one. That's our commitment to the UCLG and African Capital. Mr. Mbasi. So in light of this, after the resounding success of the Rabat Capitale African Capital of Cultures, as the first edition, Lagos State, Nigeria will be willing to host the next African Capitals of Culture come next year. So that's our commitment for this, the cultural programs. So we appreciate that if you can reach out to the Association of Local Government of Nigeria, and our the Lagos State governors are actually, in support of this as well. So Lagos will be hosting, and if you can put the machinery.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Voilà.
Yeah.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mbassi, si vous voulez bien, parce qu'il y a
Thank
beaucoup
you very much, Mr. Bassi. There are many candidates, many applications for the next capital city. There will be only one person. Can you tell us about the selection process, Mr. Bassi? Because it cannot be in Rabat, the process. Can you tell us about the selection process, Mr. Bassi? Oh, okay, go ahead. Because the selection process is just a testimony. By the way, it was the idea of my second talk. My second talk, well, you have to know one thing. Before Rabat was designated as African capital of culture, some efforts were made thanks to our king, Mohammed VI, God bless him. And it has supported many infrastructure projects. By the way, it is the Rabat capital city and Rabat capital city of light that was signed in front of His Majesty Mohammed VI back in 2014. And the goal was to put in place the necessary infrastructure in order to be chosen as African capital of culture. It means that the project, the program, including some house of youth centers, and centers for women for embroidery. And the Rabat has to be nice city, made nice, like as is the case today. Most visitors notice those spots who have 75 square meters per inhabitant per capita of parks or green spaces. So with the clear-sightedness of our king, we already have put in place some wastewater treatment stations, and it is thanks to those facilities that now our parks are irrigated with wastewater. 98% of the water comes from the treated water, which means that the commitment of culture is not limited only to the fact that you want to be a capital city, but you have to work hard to become a capital culture. To my colleagues and who are present, it is a whole commitment in various domains that you have to respect, that you have to create the framework and the environment necessary in order to rise up to the challenge of being a African capital of culture. Indeed, if you are recalling this dimension, sorry, sir, as a pillar of sustainable development, Mr. Bassi, the selection process, because it is important.
To be done, this process, and it's very essential. Premièrement, on est très ravis que la culture devient un espoir. Donc, nous allons suivre le conseil de la présidente ici au Maroc en disant que la culture ne doit pas être juste la finalité, mais le pilier essentiel pour le développement durable. C'est ce que j'ai entendu et nous allons traduire ainsi dans notre comportement. La maire de Rabat, ce qu'il a dit, pour notre ville, pour abriter et pour héberger une culture, pour qu'on soit une capitale africaine, nous devons créer un environnement, une atmosphère d'attractivité, de l'accueil, de la bienvenue et le renforcement de la ville qui la rend une ville, un modèle exemplaire, mais aussi un endroit attrayant qui va promouvoir l'image de l'Afrique ensemble et une bonne image de unité, une image d'union autour de la culture. Nous avons besoin d'un ensemble d'infrastructures, nous avons une organisation, un financement qui va aider votre ville pour qu'elle soit prête, pour qu'elle soit la culture, la capitale africaine de la culture. Pas seulement la volonté n'est pas nécessaire, mais aussi d'autres éléments d'organisation, d'avoir un engagement réel pour
This is where
pour le local et le niveau national. C'est la façon avec laquelle on va conquérir ce domaine de cette assise des femmes ici. Comment on va conquérir, on va persuader ces gens pour travailler à cette finalité. Alors, les choses à suivre. Numéro 1, envoyer une lettre d'intérêt à la cité et locaux de CGD l'Afrique. Vous devez adresser cette lettre à l'instance ULCG. Envoyez la lettre à vous. Vous allez exprimer votre intérêt pour abriter, pour être la capitale africaine de la culture suivante, de tous les comptes. Il y a des exigences, certainement. Une fois qu'on reçoit cette lettre, on va vous envoyer les exigences et tout ce qui est nécessaire. Vous allez satisfaire les exigences. Le comité, ils vont étudier, parce qu'on a un comité exécutif en Afrique, qui va étudier la demande. Les membres qui sont autour de la. Et ces gens, ils vont évaluer les exigences et donc ils peuvent même envoyer une mission ad hoc ou bien une mission qui est responsable en faire, ils vont s'assurer, ils vont faire l'état des lieux, qui est le cas pour le FIFA ou bien l'Olympique, les Jeux Olympiques. Donc on va envoyer une commission ad hoc ou bien spécialisée qui va faire l'état des lieux. Donc ils vont venir pour assurer qu'il y a les conditions. Et c'est ce qui a été dit par Madame la maire de Rabat. Donc, des activités dans l'espace de 2 ans. Des activités culturelles en l'espace de 2 ans. Rappelez-vous l'ambition. L'ambition, c'est d'avoir des endroits de culture, des endroits dédiés à la culture, qui ont une réputation internationale. Rappelez-vous, en Afrique, même s'ils sont domiciliés en Afrique, mais ils ont ce rayonnement à l'échelle internationale pour satisfaire cette mission, ce statut donc, vous devez avoir un niveau d'excellence. Donc, vous devez aller à New York, à Londres, à Berlin, au Paris, au Milan, et en plus, donc, à un niveau élevé. Donc, vous devez avoir cet élément. Donc, on a besoin des gens qui ont la volonté de venir en Afrique, de voir ce qui se passe en Afrique. Là, on va rencontrer les gens, on va rencontrer les cultures et on va dire que le sang de la culture dans le monde de Thomas, et c'est dans l'Afrique. Ce sang, elle est en Afrique. Alors, donc, pour donner aux jeunes un endroit sain pour vivre ensemble, on va envoyer l'énergie de cette culture à travers le sport, à travers toutes les manifestations de la culture, et qu'ils sont tous abrités en Afrique. Donc, vous avez énormément de responsabilités en tant que gouvernement pour alimenter cette énergie, pour donner les conditions favorables à cette énergie. Et c'est un endroit pour avoir une sphère d'attraction, une sphère pour nourrir la culture et d'envoyer un message que l'Afrique, elle est là, elle est de retour. Le message que vous allez envoyer à travers les jeunes, c'est un message réussi sur ce continent et ce n'est pas à l'étranger. C'est très essentiel que la deuxième capitale africaine de la culture doit avoir ces conditions à un niveau différent, mais nous devons nous assurer de ces exigences. Vous allez recevoir une réponse d'une délégation tanzanienne qui ont déjà exprimé son intérêt. Le Rwanda, il a aussi exprimé, le Gabon, Il y a plusieurs capitales qui ont exprimé. Donc, premièrement, envoyer la lettre d'intérêt à l'instance compétente du LCG pour vérifier, pour s'assurer de la teneur de cette lettre. Donc rappelez-vous, souvenez-vous que notre union, ce que nous ont dit les villes européennes, cette femme européenne, on a pris pour le préparer. On a pris 4 ans pour préparer une lettre d'intérêt, postuler ou bien une licence d'une capitale africaine. Voilà le processus. On ne doit pas avoir cet esprit de compétition. C'est un esprit de volontariat. Donc, une fois qu'on a célébré ici la capitale africaine, en même temps, on célèbre la culture marocaine à Rabat, la culture de Rabat, en workshop, par exemple, à Lagos, Libreville, Kigali, et aussi à Maputo. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire, pour cette culture, nous voulons créer des liens qui sont continus, des liens qui sont durables. Donc là, notre intérêt, c'est de trouver des brassages entre ces cultures. Parce que nous sommes dans l'industrie culturelle et de cette façon, que ce continent sera reconnu comme un des meilleurs continents dans ce zone de culture. Et lentement, doucement, nous espérons que nous allons capturer, que nous allons saisir l'essence de cette chaîne de valeur de la culture. Nous allons mettre la main sur cette chaîne de valeur. Donc, alors, 1,6 trillion de dollars comme chiffre d'affaires d'Afrique, juste pour moins de 50 dollars en Afrique, en Afrique. Vous voyez, s'il vous plaît, votre demande, votre requête, votre lettre d'intérêt, et on va la prendre de cette étape. Merci infiniment. Thank you so much, Mr. Mbaki. I think it was very important to remember before you send this letter of interest to your committee to prepare all these 3 requirements of the ecosystem favorable to the, and I think that the challenge is very hard, it's very heavy to carry. Because you've seen the delegation, it takes the time to visit the theater of Rabat Saleh, which was a grandiose place. And then you see a tour in Rabat to look at the infrastructure and all that was done. I would like to move the representative of the Tanzanian delegation wants to say what in relation to the manifest. We have to go back to the idea of the manifesto. Mister, can you come back? We'll give you the mic. Tanzania, please. So, on the manifest, can you give something? It's not normal that we can have other mics. If you have other mics, please. So please present yourself. Please. Bonjour. Mon nom, Dr. Saleh. Je suis maire de Tanzanie. Je pense que ce forum nous réunit.
It's a good step for Africans.
Je pense que c'est une bonne étape pour l'Afrique ensemble d'être réunis. Les Africains, donc ils doivent avoir ce sentiment et de relever ensemble le pari. Et on a la même langue. Nonobstant la façon avec laquelle nous utilisons la définition de la culture est un élément fédérateur. C'est un élément qui nous unit. Comme vous voyez, d'autres ils parlent l'anglais, les autres parlent français, d'autres ils parlent l'espagnol. Comment on peut exprimer notre culture? La question qui se pose, comment on peut exprimer notre culture en français? C'est pas juste. Alors, après un moment, On a des idées intéressantes, mais nous voulons atteindre quelque chose. On a essayé d'établir, d'avoir un terrain d'entente ensemble, mais donc, ce qui va nous aider à avoir une base de données culturelle. Mais il est grand temps pour l'Afrique d'avoir notre langue commune, d'avoir un terrain d'entente qui sera une culture d'Afrique avec une langue. En Tanzanie, on était colonisé par les Britanniques, mais la culture c'est le Swahili. Et maintenant, c'est l'Afrique. Alors, toute la communauté utilise la langue Swahili. C'est comme une lingua franca. Donc, c'est une langue de communication. Et donc, il y a ce conflit linguistique. Nous devons relever ce défi. Nous devons se contrecarrer ce défi. Alors, à propos que nous pensons, nonobstant de ce que nous pensons à propos de la culture, premièrement, nous devons d'établir une seule langue qui est une langue de base, une langue de communication. Je pense qu'on peut réussir on choisit cette langue. Lorsque nous voulons ici, chacun parle dans sa langue, on cherche la culture de l'Afrique, mais aussi il y a une pléthore, une panoplie de langues. Et donc, il y a une certaine asymétrie entre langue et culture. Donc, nous devons chercher un terrain d'entente pour avoir une vision qui est unifiée. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. the Representative of Tanzania. I will give the floor to Marcel Abdullah. It's very wonderful what's happened. Who is president of the National Association of Comor. So the president of Comor is the president of the African Union, Mr. Assima, who's of the African Union. I don't know of the African Union and Kokomor. A lot of things happen now that we're trying to follow on television, and things that make us feel very hot. So, Mr. Nassuf, we'll listen to you with interest. Hello, ma'am. Don't feel bad at your. Give me the floor for the discourse or participation. This is Mrs. Deacon. I didn't ask for her to speak, but he gave me the floor. Hello. I was saying, I think that most of the time we say African who dies, it's a library that dies. I didn't want to take the floor because people who speak better, who have more knowledge, and who know and who write books or sing or the songs of Africa. So for me, I'm here, I listen, I learn. I didn't write. I'm a small politician who is a mayor, who is a deputy. However, in my community, my city is considered as the capital of culture, the fact that we have preserved what is all this culinary art and a lot of things, because I'm did not prepare to speak here, so I'll be spontaneous. So I think to be a candidate like Tanzania and other countries, even if we're just a small country, and we can be a candidate to the African culture like Rabat, because we have conserved and preserved this culture with that building things. We have conserved mentally and practically this culture, and then how it is disseminated in the city, and also the policy. You talked about my president, who is now the president of the African Union. I allude to in my speech, it's a small country, has not a lot of means, all of that with its diplomacy to be known and recognized and to have a president. This is something that the Africans with a great recognition to the country, showing that that Africa, it's recognized the value of small without discrimination, without pushing others. It's something to live together that the Africans want to show in this election. What concerns the problem that we live with Mayotte, it's a delicate problem that you have put here. As you said, you have it aches your heart, and also us, it aches us. It gives us a heart attack, and we have families everywhere. We have the family. France has colonized us for many years, for a century and a half, and then we were separated. But that's not the objective now. It's the culture that, because I want to say your support without having to look a lot of support, that all the men of Africa can really support this family problem, and it's political issue because we are from the same family, but France wants to divide us, and it has seen what has done Mayotte because we have good relations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You talked. You reference to this old. It's an old. If an old man dies, it's a library that is burned. To say, an old man when he dies, it's a library that is burned. And that's the saying of Amadou, and we have we have to protect precisely what belongs to the history, to the memory, and as far as memory is concerned, I want to say to representative, we celebrate Abdul Razak Boukna, the Nobel Prize who comes from Tanzania, and who has precisely published two books, two novels, one on the memory, and then the other one's on paradise. That Mayotte that we talked about, the ocean, the national ocean. It's true that there are tensions, but I remember that time, we call it your region. It's the perfume asylum. It's from the side of paradise that we feel. But the actual tensions, we think that they can be rightly overlooked by culture because it connects us together. It's the same culture that connects us by playing a big Mayotte, Madagascar, in many cities, in which one of the figures of literature is celebrated, Michel Rakotosson. Michel Rakotosson to receive the big prize, the Orange Prize of African Literature. So this region which has this honor, that our culture can unify to move beyond the differences and to find the path, and in which you can be the representative through the president and others who is designated for 1 year to accompany Africa and the literatures are rich in the ocean, in the Comores, in Madagascar, in Mayotte as well. It was said by the president, the leverage of peace. When you talk about the languages, I will give the mic to Mr. Mbassi. I remind you that there are 2,000 languages. Mr. Mbassi wants to add something. Alors, j'ai aimé votre proposition, le maire de la Tanzanie. Et ce n'est pas une proposition, c'est un devoir. Je me rappelle que la langue swahili est la seule langue africaine en tant que langue officielle de l'Union africaine. C'est la seule langue officielle de l'Union africaine. Alors, ce n'est pas une option, c'est une obligation. Mais la question, c'est que votre peuple, au niveau local, pour les leaders des pays qu'ils ont enseignent en tant que langue officielle, la langue swahili en tant que langue officielle. En 2006, donc le sommet à Nairobi, en 2006, ce sommet le gouvernement local de l'Afrique, il a donné deux propositions et un suivi n'était pas là-bas. Premièrement, donc on va retirer les visas entre les pays africains. Donc on va retirer, on n'aura pas l'obligation, on va retirer l'obligation d'avoir des visas pour voyager dans le continent africain parce qu'on est unis. Et pour moi, pour aller à la Tunisie, je dois avoir un visa. Et pour moi, pour aller ici à la Mauritanie, je dois avoir un visa. Mais la plupart des pays européens n'ont pas cette obligation, n'ont pas cette exigence, n'ont pas cette condition. Donc nous devons, c'était ça la proposition. C'est la première demande que l'autorité locale ils ont fait en 2010. C'était la deuxième proposition, c'est d'adopter la langue swahili comme la langue commune d'Afrique. Je dis, c'était quoi le suivi de cette proposition? Après 2006, c'était quoi le suivi de ces deux demandes? C'était quoi le devenir de ces deux propositions? Et donc, ces pays vont établir une coopération entre les pays africains, les gouvernements locaux, dans les régions africaines, pour prendre le swahili comme la lingua franca ou bien la langue commune de communication. Pour les jeunes aujourd'hui, ils vont apprendre le mandarin, le swahili n'est pas. Et on a prétendu que cette Union africaine est là, le swahili comme langue commune. Merci. Thank you, Mr. Mbassi. I keep the two ideas. The first one, to take away the visa, not just the movement of money, and to adopt the Swahili as long, which is, you talked already about the Swahili in the Academy, the Royal Academy, because the opening up is today to appease all the frontiers, the barriers, before we get to the passport, the common passport. We have to start by education and to learn, and to learn from each other, and to learn from the diversity of others. And this is for the African Union to be adopted to this law provision that the Swahili language should be adopted. We have done this in 1968. That's among the languages of communication of the Organization of the United Nations. There is the Swahili as a language of communication, of the big communication chains. And then I want to say, since we're talking about Abdul Razak Bokma, the Nobel Prize of Literature that comes from the weekend that passed, I was with the Nobel Prize of Nigeria, who has taught, as you know, to talk about it. It was the tiger does not take its tiger nature, it grows up. It's just they talk about the Negroes, like this pejorative word and how it is impacting, and it is how it was provocative and that we don't need to exhibit ourselves as Africans. We are Africans. We show it by our acts. Thank you, sir. Just to remind you that the Royal Academy of Morocco in 2015, that Africa as a horizon of things. And I would like to say that the Academy is preparing another symposium on Africa, which was about it. I want to remind the spirits of place with the Council of Development. We have launched in 2013 a big symposium, and it was to ask Morocco to go back, to go to the African Union. Morocco returned, and it was said by his, just to go back to your home, to go back to your country. It was 2017. It is in the same space, in this spirit. It's just this African Union that Morocco regains its place in Africa. I will move on. I will take one question, but we will not limit. Mrs. will intervene, and that's it.
Thank you, madame.
Comme un gouvernement de l'Afrique du Sud demandé, pour le soutenons, le manifeste, nous donnons notre appui, nous appuyons de cette proposition. Nous devons aussi d'ajouter des pratiques culturelles, ajouter les bonnes pratiques pour qui ne peuvent pas disparaître. C'est d'encourager les communautés, les gouvernements locaux, d'avoir ces pratiques culturelles. Nous devons recommander et ajouter l'aspect des pratiques culturelles pour ne pas perdre, pour ne pas laisser derrière ces legs, pour ne pas laisser derrière ces patrimoine. Donc, d'ajouter l'assistance aux autorités locales pour développer des pratiques pour préserver la culture. Et c'est une proposition à manifesto. Et nous croyons fermement que, comme on a ici cet esprit, on peut prendre ce manifeste comme un contrat, on peut l'approcher comme un contrat. Donc, on a cette force, et là, cette force contraignante, ce n'est pas seulement un choix, mais elle a la force contraignante. So, I would like to move the practice from Libya to ask him to give a speech before we close this panel, this morning panel.
You are a new minister.
Vous êtes un nouveau ministre. Bonjour. Votre ami, ministre en intérim, à vrai dire, et au respect de l'identité de ce pays extraordinaire, qu'on est ici dans l'enceinte. Donc, permettez-moi de me donner, d'avoir une présentation qui est convenable, en respectant le temps et aussi le temps accordé dédié à tout le monde. Ce pays, Maroc, cher à nous, notre pays extraordinaire. Même si nous parlons les autres langues, nous préférons de parler de ce qui est convenable à notre identité, et la langue arabe. Lorsque vous êtes en Rome, vous voulez agir comme vous étiez à Rome. Alors, à Rabat et au Maroc, c'est un honneur, c'est un privilège d'être ici. Le Maroc, un pays extraordinaire, tout le monde doit savoir qu'en Afrique, il y a deux composantes. Un, il a un rapport avec l'État et l'autre avec le royaume. Donc, le pays qui est très ancien, le royaume le plus ancien que le Maroc et l'État ancien, c'est l'Égypte. Donc, je suis d'accord avec la personne qui a dit que la volonté, seulement la volonté, ce n'est pas suffisante. Donc, ça veut dire la volonté et la capacité. L'Afrique est un continent extraordinaire. Parmi les premiers pays, il y a des richesses, des réserves qui sont volées maintenant. S'il y a l'union des Africains, ils vont construire l'impossible. avec des esprits africains, on veut construire l'Europe et plus que l'Europe, ce qui est l'âge moderne. L'Afrique, elle a des compétences, un continent extraordinaire, ancien, elle a des compétences, des qualités, des richesses, des potentiels pour avoir l'autosuffisance, tout ce qui concerne la vie humaine, que ce soit sur la terre ou sous la terre. L'Afrique, si des personnes qui peuvent parler à propos de la culture des Africains est très ancienne, ils ont un héritage, ils ont une transmission culturelle extraordinaire, plus que le reste, en respectant les autres pays, bien sûr. Donc, l'Afrique, il a plusieurs éléments, plusieurs auras, plusieurs valeurs, plusieurs potentiels. Et la culture, elle a défini, c'est l'étape moderne de la civilisation. Nous avons la culture africaine qui est emmagasinée, qui n'a pas trouvé, qui va la couvrir et la présenter au monde. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il est en destruction. Parce qu'il y a un élément colonisateur. Un colonisateur, c'est un destructeur, parce qu'il y avait des éléments destructifs. Donc, ces éléments destructeurs qui ont détruit la culture, ils ont impacté, ils ont porté préjudice à la culture. Deuxièmement, en ce qui concerne les Africains et cette activité de fusion, aujourd'hui, nous saluons Fatma Abdelmalek pour sa présence et aussi les honorables panélistes qui sont ici. Nous saluons ici dans cette tour de Hassan autour d'une nouvelle que demain c'est le 25, c'est la journée de l'établissement de l'Afrique. C'est de donner un louange ou de donner hommage à l'établissement de l'Afrique. On a dire que la langue arabe est très importante, ou bien qu'on a dit les éloges de la culture de la langue arabe, nous les assumions avec beaucoup de fierté parce qu'ils ont quelque chose qui est lié à l'identité de l'Afrique. Nous ne sommes pas un continent qui est méconnu, nous sommes très connus. Leur guerre contre nous parce que nous n'allons pas perdre notre authenticité. Vous avez trouvé des gens qui parlent en Hollande, parlent la langue Falani, la langue à New York, la langue swahili. C'est pas quelque chose, c'est pas un destin déterminé de rester dans le Commonwealth ou bien. Nous avons une identité et je préconise les gens qui surveillent, il y aura une réunion des maires ou des gouverneurs ou des wali des capitales africaines. Et pour honorer cette réunion, dans la plus ancienne ville africaine. Et de cette réunion, nous allons utiliser une langue officielle. C'est pas plus facile. Maintenant, nous sommes obligés d'enseigner des langues à nos enfants. On a une identité. Il est grand temps de revenir. Lorsqu'on n'a pas établi une identité qui est indépendante, nous allons proposer l'hégémonie. Dans notre pays, on a vu plusieurs princes bien établis. On a vu comment on fait des embargos, comment on clôture l'Afrique. On a vu qu'il y avait un lien entre l'Afrique et l'Europe. L'Europe, il a eu des arts qui qu'il y avait des ténèbres. Et grâce au savoir, aux recherches, et tout ce qu'il y a une relation avec la présentation de l'humanité, c'est les conquêtes ici. Il y avait d'autres choses. C'est quelque chose d'évident d'avoir un travail qui est structuré, et d'avoir d'autres annexes qui sont dans la proximité, dans l'Andalousie, dans l'Espagne, parce qu'on peut avoir l'Espagne et l'Andalousie, cette culture, cette civilisation ancienne, et dans cette réunion aujourd'hui, et il mérite d'avoir cette capitale africaine de la culture. Avant ça, elle était la capitale islamique. Donc, c'est arrivé la même année. Ça ne veut pas dire que c'est du hasard. Il y avait un effort, il y a des efforts louables, il y a un travail, il y a une police de travail, tout un mécanisme de travail, tout un effort. Parce que les gens méritent d'être respectés, d'arriver au sommet. Et merci infiniment pour cette présentation. Ce mot très bien touchant, très bien édifiant. As a conclusion, Mrs. the Mayor, if you want to say something in Arabic or French, thank you. Before taking my words in French, I want to get back to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who was the Vice Minister. Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Monsieur le ministre, nous maîtrisons la langue arabe. Monsieur le vice-président de l'ambassade libyenne, nous maîtrisons l'arabe. C'est un honneur de parler en arabe. Ici, on parle avec notre langue. Ceci ne veut pas dire qu'on a dévalorisé la langue arabe. Pour nous, lorsque nous parlons en français, l'objectif de la français, c'est de communiquer, c'est de communiquer avec l'autre. C'est juste, c'est ça la finalité, c'est la communication avec l'autre. Mais ce qui concerne ce qui a été dit à monsieur de la Tanzanie,
je reprends la parole en français.
We'll take the word in English. So, according to the mayor of Tanzania, I want to say, in connection with our commitment and within the framework of Rabat Capitale, we have signed an agreement of partnership, and the objective was to construct theaters of proximity in 5 districts. So the proximity dimension is to have the plays will be done with different languages, to have this commitment that we Africans to open up on other languages. So Mr. Bassi is known, is informed. He has really liked the idea, because the idea is that try to transmit your kids to the coming generation the different languages. So the diversity of languages is indispensable, be it African languages, be it English, French, or German. When we learn the language, we learn things about civilization. When we learn things about civilization, we are ready to face the challenges. And so the linguistic challenges are impeccable. So just excuse me, Mrs. Farida. Before I close our event, I want to wish you once more a good stay, a welcome, and that Rabat will organize a way out, it's an excursion, so that we learn from Rabat. It's a wonderful city. Mr. The writer, the honorable, and who's a member of the Cadre of Kingdom, has reminded me about the jewelry. First, the theater, one of the biggest theaters in Africa, and which is a jewelry, and it will inaugurate in the coming days. We'll have the museums of Udaya, the museums of Paroya, were launched by Princess Stella Maria Mega, and also in the development of Rabat. We have prepared, myself and Mr. Mafti, with the consent of the local authorities, with Mr. Wali, to organize for you a path, a course, an excursion, to be able to discover by yourself what Rabat has prepared beforehand, so that you can. Rabat has got this title, Rabat as capital of culture, and also capital of the Islamic world. I want just to say, we have used the French language as a vehicle, because the majority of our invitees or guests, they speak the language that they speak. And I wanted to say that the Arabic language is a wonderful language, one of the beautiful languages. It's a language of fight, that in North Africa, there is the Amazigh language, and we want to pay tribute to the King, may God assist him, who has given a lot of value and stars to Amazigh language, and this is Tunisia and Algeria. Just the rehabilitation of the Amazigh language, just to remind you that this wonderful diversity, it allows the opening up and the anchorage of cultures. And it's not an easy thing. The only thing that should be avoided is the wooden language. We will take 5 minutes of 10 minutes of break before we start again. We want to finish this session with its title. It's the adoption of the manifesto. You don't want to hear that this manifesto is adopted. So applaud, please. Give it a storm of applause. So now, be informed, in this document, there's a the QR code. It's all the documents, all the presentations that were done during this meeting. You have all the PowerPoints, all that were presented in this paper. And don't lose this because you will download all the presentations, all the documents, tous les documents qui ont été adoptés ou bien représentés. Dans ce code, toutes les diapositives, tous les documents sont disponibles ici. Merci. So in 10 minutes, we will start with the second panel on the label copyright for the protection of
Quel âge, ça fait? Les intervenants, je vais prendre ça en photo. Vous pouvez m'envoyer ça sur WhatsApp, vous pouvez m'envoyer ça. Dorénavant.
ولدي
Bonjour. Je vais avoir une présentation tout à l'heure. Là, c'est ici qu'il faut. Mais vérifions. Vérifions pendant que les gens sont pas encore là, si elle est là. Comme ça, on
أعطني حريتي أطلق يدي. أنا حرة. أنا حرة.
اخويا انا اي فوا كنتعلم شي حاجه كنعلمها ملي كنتعلم كنخرج عندي
حرة أنني نكون أنا بلا ما نحس بتأنيب الضمير، بلا ما يتقالوا عليا كتافي، بلا ما نحتاج نشرح راسي لشي واحد. حرة في الجسد ديالي، حرة في النفس ديالي، في التفكير ديالي وفي المهنة ديالي. حرة نبدل رأيي وحرة نتبدل، وحرة نقول لا وحرة نقول حرة نكون فرحانة وخا الناس اللي دايرين بيا ما فرحانينش. حرة نكون. أعطني حريتي أطلق يدي. أنا حرة، أنا حرة، أنا حرة، أنا حرة، حرة. الحرية بالنسبة ليا هي نكون حرة من الرأي ديال الناس فيا، حرة من لي زاتونت ديالهم، حرة أنني نكون أنا بلا ما نحس بتأنيب الضمير، بلا ما يتقالوا عليا كتافي، بلا ما نحتاج نشرح راسي لشي واحد، حرة في الجسد ديالي، حرة في النفس ديالي، في التفكير ديالي وفي المهنة ديالي، حرة نبدل رأيي وحرة نتبدل، وحرة نقول لا وحرة نقول حرة نكون فرحانة وخا الناس اللي دايرين بيا ما فرحانينش، حرة نكون. أعطني حريتي أطلق يدي. أنا حرة، أنا حرة، أنا حرة، أنا حرة، حرة. الحرية بالنسبة ليا هي نكون حرة من الرأي ديال الناس فيا، حرة من لي زاتونت ديالهم، حرة أنني نكون أنا بلا ما نحس بتأنيب الضمير، بلا ما يتقالوا عليا كتافي، بلا ما نحتاج نشرح راسي لشي واحد، حرة في الجسد ديالي، حرة في النفس ديالي، في التفكير ديالي وفي المهنة ديالي، حرة نبدل رأيي وحرة نتبدل، وحرة نقول لا وحرة نقول حرة نكون فرحانة وخا الناس اللي دايرين بيا ما فرحانينش، حرة نكون.
لا ما دوتو سايق نبارطاجينا داكشي.
صافي سير بارطاجي.
Calme-toi, Massa. Nous allons prendre soin de toi, Inch'Allah. Son état est stable. Heureusement, on a pu arrêter l'hémorragie à temps. D'accord.
Hanne neke refna kiiɗo ƴimfanno hak jegammi no ndoyto jegimten ke fela hanga
انا دخلت السيت وشفت واحد لوطو وصوبته وقلت نتسنى غير الاخر. Calme-toi, Massa. Nous allons prendre soin de toi, Inch'Allah. Son état est stable. Heureusement, on a pu arrêter l'hémorragie.
غادي يجي كاتب هذا فين كاين هذا حنا نيك رفنا kiiɗo ƴimfanno hak jegammi no ndoyto jegimten ke fela hanga
Ils sont en train de faire la photo de famille.
ياسين خرجيني من الغينيا من هنا خرج من هنا أيه خرج من الغينيا منير لا ماشي كون فيلم ما قال لي شونجي الفيلم جيت لقيت شي بلان لا تقدر تبارطاج لا صافي عاود هذا بارطاجي هذا
ماشي ديال
يبان داكشي تما
وعيتي بقيت في الارض بسببك. بسببك. مين الكلب اللي غلطتي معاه؟ مين يا فجرة؟
كاشلك؟
انطقي 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 بقولك.
بنتك كانت بنت بنوت، كان عندها انتفاخ في الرحم نتيجة خلل في الهرمونات. ربنا يتولاها برحمته ويصبركم.
لا بريسي هذاك العربية والاسبانيولي راه حدهم
لا قرأت
يبدل
لا ماشي بدل الترجمة بالفرنسي كيدير شي كلمات ماشي كتعبر على سميتها صيفطهم لك
خمسة أيام
وحدة بوحدة
واش فيهم أونغلي فرونسي ولا
أونغلي فرونسي
ياسين 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 اجي عاوني اخويا، انا غادي نصاوب لافيش جديده وانت عاوتاني قطع عليهم ديك هذيك اللي كتبان لي انت دير سميتو هذيك ديال لونجلي عاودو صيفطوا ليا او تصبري راه كاين لا هما واه يا ربي كلها صيفطوا سميتو ديال كاع لا ماشي علاش دير لي افلمت الانف هذاك الاوف اللي كنقاد
S'il vous plaît, si on peut reprendre. Voilà, donc,
So,
voilà, merci beaucoup.
that's it. Thank you so much. All
Les séminaires internationaux,
international
colloques,
colloquia,
voilà, les séminaires, les colloques, c'est toujours un espace
always the space
de
to
partage,
share
un espace où on revoit des amis qu'on n'a pas vus
with
depuis des années,
the
des années.
friends we haven't seen for a
C'est
long
vraiment des
time.
moments forts.
These are very strong moments of meeting.
Voilà, Gaël, si on peut, voilà, c'est bien, c'est gentil de.
That's
Voilà, je disais que les symposiums internationaux,
that's
les
it's
conférences,
not
c'est toujours un
symposium.
formidable espace
It's a
partage,
wonderful
beaucoup de choses, on revoit des
time
amis qu'on n'a
to
pas vus
meet an
depuis
old
très longtemps.
friends for a
Mais
long
c'est aussi
time.
des moments où l'on
It's
apprend des choses.
a
Parce qu'il y a
moment
beaucoup
where we
de choses.
learn
Donc,
things.
juste avant de passer au
So
deuxième panel,
before going to the
donc, je vais
second
avoir le
panel,
plaisir de passer le relais
we
à
have
M. Abdoulaye Diop, donc, qui va nous présenter une application des sports. Ensuite, le relais au révérend père, M. Denis Dilor, qui va aussi nous parler de quelque chose. Et
we'll talk
M.
about
Philippe
something.
Jacob, qui va nous parler d'un fonds d'investissement.
We'll talk
C'est
about
très rapide, hein, ça
investment.
sera entre
It's
4 et
really
5 minutes.
4
Donc,
to
merci
5
de prêter
minutes.
votre attention.
Thank you to
Comme
pay
nos invités
attention to
nous,
our
voilà,
guests.
un peu habitués. D'abord, M. Abdoulaye
First,
Diop.
let's
Vous m'entendez bien?
the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone.
Abdoulaye Diop.
My name is Abdoulaye. I come from Dakar, from Senegal.
En fin d'année dernière, le maire de Dakar avait organisé un hackathon.
The mayor of Dakar has organized a meeting, and so there was a meeting. So there were digital solutions there required. Digital solutions were presented to everybody present.
Donc, on avait présenté cette application mobile qui s'appelle
Application called Cadre. It works only in the car. The digital. Here I want to have an example very quickly. To take Senegal, there are regions, all the regions. Once we have the application in the car, it's trying to change. So when we look at the car, we have all the events, cultural events that are taking place in the
soirées live, les expositions d'art,
evening, cinema, and everything that is taking place. When we click on one, it gives us directly there
ce qui se passe, en fait,
what is taking place. So this flyer tells us the event, and we get the location of it, where the event is taking place. We can have phone number and also description, which is the city in which we can, since we're talking about this project on that, I want to give the example of Morocco that we talked about this yesterday, and which was done on the evening of yesterday. When we click, we get yesterday's events. Like we look at the event, we have the room, we have the venue, This is the phone number, the contact number to reach out to them. So this is the digital application that allows us today to choose where we want to go. If we come to the car, I choose the digital assistant, everything that is as a touristic site, museums, galleries, leisure activities. And I take the example, and I took like the car vision. They give me this and the zone in which it takes place. And then it gives me everything that is related to a restaurant, just to choose the restaurant. And then you will get all the housing possibilities, the accommodation, setting, the venue. Of course, there's a contact phone that you can reach out to them, just to allow everyone to have the cultural agenda of this. So the idea today, starting from, I met with the Secretary General, Mr. Abbasi, who has proposed for me to come to Rabat and to talk to you in the Forum of Mayors, and how we can do partnership. It's a tool that allows to each city to be able to generate 4 to 5 job opportunities at least. So it's about 1,300 job opportunities that were created by this application. So we get all the information and we get back. Since there are people who are there, and just to propose to them. So first of all, there is also the phone numbers that are very useful to reach out to. There's a transportation means, an idea about it, and like open transportation, other things like this. That's it. Once we click on one, it takes us directly into the other. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you. It's a wonderful application, very useful. Révérend Pardon. Merci. Bon après-midi. Je suis vraiment ravi d'être ici et de partager avec vous, d'échanger avec vous dans cet après-midi. Je viens de la cité de New York, donc je veux parler au nom de mes amis, le maire de la cité de New York. Il a le privilège de rencontrer le secrétaire général Mombassi dans quelques semaines, enfin dans la semaine dernière. Il est très excité pour les travaux et tout ce que vous faites sur le continent africain. Je veux juste ajouter quelque chose très rapidement, que autour de la ville de la cité de New York, il y a plusieurs. Il y a 5 petites villes dans la grande ville de New York. Il y a des échanges, donc il y a de la confiance, il y a de la liberté de poser des questions. Bon, j'aimerais bien mentionner que on veut établir et tisser des liens avec vous, donc à travers toutes les communautés qui sont au-delà de notre cloisonnement. Et je pense que c'est très important d'être dans. Il y aura un accent à pousser sur la culture. Donc, nous devons mettre la culture en relief, exergue pour l'Afrique, pour le continent en son intégralité, parce qu'il y a énormément de belles villes à travers ce continent et il y a plusieurs devoirs. Je veux aussi faire référence qu'on a un service de publication, on a un nombre de publications et parmi ces publications, c'est l'état économique du monde noir. C'est des publications, c'est des rapports qui parlent autour de ce qui se passe autour du continent africain avec plusieurs perspectives, plusieurs visions à propos de la population, à propos du PIB, et l'importation, l'exportation, comment l'économie elle se déroule, comment elle est en Afrique, quelle est la spécificité économique de ce continent. Et pour pousser l'économie, pour motiver l'économie, pour booster l'économie à travers l'art et la culture. Et l'art et la culture doivent être les surbassants de cette économie africaine. Pas loin de New York, il y a un endroit il y avait un pays que c'est la Jamaïque, et qui a mis ce pays sur la carte. Il a rendu ce pays très connu. C'est le volet culturel, c'est la musique, c'est le reggae, c'est à propos de la nourriture, l'art culinaire, le sport. Encore une fois, lorsqu'on tire, lorsqu'on pousse ces éléments au front, lorsqu'on met en exergue, lorsqu'on met l'accent, donc nous véhiculons notre image, notre patrimoine culturel. Donc, je vais parler à propos des engagements que la diaspora africaine elle a déjà montré pour l'Afrique. Donc, nous représentons quelques 3,9 millions de dollars dans le pouvoir d'achat, qui est plus. Donc, c'est 3,9 milliards de dollars. C'est une somme colossale. Ça représente un pouvoir d'achat. Donc, on voit comment la contribution des diasporas pour améliorer la situation à travers le continent. Donc, ayez de la liberté de demander des questions. Donc, on a travaillé avec beaucoup de maires aux États-Unis, dans les conférences des maires aux États-Unis, dans l'organisation de cela. Tout ce qui a été établi, on a tissé des liens pour voir établir des partenariats à large échelle, à grande envergure. Et finalement, je représentais une autre organisation, c'est l'Institut du monde noir. Je suis dans le Conseil panafricain et on a eu une autre conférence internationale, c'était quelques semaines déjà. Et il y avait des présidents des pays africains et d'autres qui ont travaillé ensemble pour une meilleure image. On a donné plusieurs expositions, le ministre des Affaires étrangères jamaïcain et aussi de la Colombie. Et la seule personne qui n'était pas présente, et j'aimerais le mentionner, c'est l'honorable Jean-Pierre Mbassé. Et vraiment, il y a un prix qui est envoyé des États-Unis pour qu'il soit présenté à cette personne. C'est le prix de patrimoine présenté à l'honorable Jean-Pierre Mbassé. Donc, je vais retirer ça du plastique que je puisse lire confortablement ce qu'il y a. So please applaud him pour votre leadership exemplaire en tant que secrétaire général des cités et des gouvernements locaux unis d'Afrique. Donc, j'aimerais bien vous présenter cela. Vos saluts pour votre travail honorable et travail éminent pour la diaspora. Et au nom des personnes qui ont travaillé, qui travaillent encore aux États-Unis, nous voulons vous présenter ça et que Dieu vous bénisse. Merci infiniment. Maybe. Je ne sais pas si je mérite ce prix ou non. Je ne sais pas. Il me demande si je mérite vraiment ça. Pour moi, je vais le répéter. Ce que le professeur Monga a dit ici en janvier. Le professeur Monga a dit on paye hommage à cette personne, à cet universitaire, à partir du directeur des de vice-président de la banque. Il a dit, vous savez ce qu'il a dit, donc j'ai une grande dette à payer parce que je suis allé à l'université avec la sueur d'un serviteur civil, avec la sueur d'un serviteur qui est du public, avec tout cela, et je n'ai pas l'impression que je mérite tout cela. Donc moi, j'ai fait un effort, on va donner ça à ces personnes qui méritent ce cadeau à moi. Ça, c'est the women who the sweater of and those who did the mothers who did all of that. It's thanks to him that you have done big tribute. It's very important to remember it. As it was said, but it's a prayer to the sky is just to pay tribute to his mother. So we have one friend, Mr. Will. So we move on into sports. And I remind you that sports have a good panel in which you will. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador Wimbiago. I directed for 10 years business development for MD Africa. Combien de personnes qui parlent l'anglais? Combien de personnes qui parlent anglais? Il y a des gens qui parlent anglais. I will speak French and English. Pendant 10 ans, je dirigeais MBA Africa, de l'association de basketball de Michael Jordan, de la Nigeria, Mutombo, from the c'est des jeux qui ont changé la c'est de générer des fonds, de générer de l'argent. Champagne Brassi va donner 5 minutes pour vous expliquer pourquoi nous devons investir dans la culture et dans le sport, parce qu'ils sont liés, entrelacés. So 5 minutes to why it's important to invest in sport and culture and how we can do it. 5 minutes, it's difficult to do it, but I will try. Premièrement, pour longtemps, la culture a été conçue comme un espace. For many years, so we have seen sports as a zone of joy, of fun, of recreation, as we think. So it's a mistake because traditionally, in our DNA and in our history, like culture and sports are part in the integrating way how we advance our kids, our adolescents. Then it is called hétéros. In Senegal, there is the struggle in Congo. So what we're trying to say and to do that sport and culture can be a source of revenue for you. And you as mayors, as governors, leaders, you should be source of revenue, of income of you. Why? Because the Economic Association, we have an extraordinary inflation, we have an indicator of human development that has deficiencies. So the life expectancy, which means that the health is going down, and this is a subject that is going down. So the GDP, we have the richness created, it's the economy that functions better, and they're diversified, not just on the minerals, but on other zones of growth that are different. Sport and culture are different. How many jobs are available in the ecosystem? There are hundreds. What does it represent internationally? Some key figures, 2.3 through 2.3 billion. Donc, $2.3 trillion pour les la diversité de distraction, des budgets liés à la distraction. We contribute with the bigger singers, even at the time for brothers. All these people have contributed, but not locally, from the Occident. So we have to change this. 2.3 the sports, what does it contribute? 5%. So 5% of the GDP in Africa, it's just 0.5 in Africa. When you look at the development, you have Cuba, Samuel Sadio Mane. Now, how can we change this? We have decided with my partners to create a fund of investment dedicated to sport and culture in the country. Why is it important for you? It's very simply, we have to create jobs first. And we have to quantify the advantages and make it profitable. We Africans, we created content, we have talents in sport, how we can turn these talents into incomes and jobs. So the fund of investment is called Konkara. It's the best district. In Konkara, it means we just go up the hill and we get to the top of the hill. So that we talk about world order. So the sports funds, the idea is to develop the infrastructure in the sports, be it in Senegal or Kenya, Nigeria. Mes amis nigériens, pour les amis, nous devons investir dans l'infrastructure, plus dans l'infrastructure. We will bring the financing, you bring us two things. First one is the land, and the second thing is the institutional support. That's it. I have 10 seconds. So thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you for having listened to me. We will move is 12-15 minutes. We will go to the second panel, as it is said. We will try to go up the hill. Okay. So, this is just this community of authors and composers. I will invite you, excuse me, just to have a look at.
There are some developments. I will invite Madame Dalal Mahdi Alaoui, Mrs. Solange Fagemani, Mr. Vincent Mabashaka, and Mr. Alain Bichek. Please come to the podium. And Mr. Samuel Sanga.
On disait on va monter la colline parce que c'est vrai que dans ce panel c'est quelque chose de très important. C'est la question relative.
There's something very important.
Moi j'ai eu l'occasion.
I had the opportunity.
Là je vais faire un témoignage. J'ai eu l'occasion d'assister.
I will make a testimony. I had the opportunity to attend in the Café Renaissance all the debates. It was a very high level debate with lots of interesting ideas. How many countries were represented? About 30 countries from Africa. And I remember the lady from Cabo Verde, who was sensational. Frankly, it was a nice moment of sharing our ideas about the protection and the payment for the artists, and also the structuring of the ecosystems. We shall also talk about negotiations with the platforms, which is a great debate about the neighboring rights and the question of a matchmaking with all the artists and how we can create and how we can make a city where you have to be in terms of labels. And here the are really formidable. So we shall listen to you. Please give us the results, the synthesis of this work. Thank you. Thank you very much for being with us this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we'll listen to him. Thank you very much for being with us. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank for the invitation that was sent to all the participants in the think tank about copyrights that took place 3 or 4 days ago here in Rabat, which brought together a certain number of actors about the issue of copyright. I would like to thank Madame Alaoui from the Copyright Office, and through her, the Minister of Culture, for the honor. And finally, the MOCA, the Movement of Creative Africa, and UCLG Africa, for involving us in this articulation that is really strong articulation about cultural and creative industries. And it is with great honor and pleasure that in the name of the CISAC, the International Confederation of Composers, African Composers, I would like to make a report about the think tank of 3 days, and especially to set the scene for this issue of copyright. Towards the label of African cities favorable to copyright. Where do we come from? And why do we take this model? CISAC is the International Confederation of Copyrights and Authors. It is in fact the umbrella organization of all the copyright of the whole world. What you see on the display, on the poster, in the logo of all the copyright societies. All copyright societies are the systems that represent the creators, that is to say the artists, authors, and composers to collect their rights and distribute. So CISAC throughout the world represents 231 copyright societies in 131 countries and all continents. And CISAC Confederation represents about 4 million creators. When we talk about creators at CISAC, we mean people who give life to the works of in all repertoires: music, audiovisual, literature, visual art, theater, and other arts. For the African continent, we have more or less 35 copyright societies, and as you can see, it goes from Morocco, from the Moroccan Office of Copyright to Southern Africa, going through Ghana, Malawi, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Congo, Brazzaville, Cameroon. Well, almost all the African continent is member of CISAC. It's covered by copyright societies, but what is interesting much more is what is represented in terms of collections. How much is collected by the copyright societies in Africa? What is the share that goes to the creators? In order to put Africa in context, the copyright societies of the whole world have collected for 2022. CISAC produces each year a reference report that you can find on Google called the Global Report on Collections, which gives you an idea about the figures about all the collections. All the figures, there were 9 billion euros collected in 2022. This is what has been collected and distributed. Out of the 9 billion, and on the continent, Africa has collected 75 million euros. And the 35 countries have collected 75 million euros. You see, in terms of relationships or ratios, what Africa represents. It is a figure you can find in two. You can see in two ways. 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, when I joined Faridak myself, they used to collect. Africa used to collect 55 million euros. Before the COVID, Africa was standing at 80 million. So with COVID, Africa has lost 30 million. And after COVID, we have reached again 75 million euros in terms of collections of copyright. Just to give you a few figures, the 75 million in terms of repertoire, it means where are all the money collected for 2022? Music itself represents 69.7 million euros. Literature represents 50 million euros. Audiovisual cinema, 1.8 million euros. Visual arts, 0.02. And we reach this total of 75 million euros. And you see that it is improving. However, you can see already the disparity. 69 million for music and clearly 1.8 million for audiovisuals, which means for cinema, audiovisual. So you saw small videos produced under the mobile cinema. And I will come back to those figures. In terms of users, it means those with whom the collections are made. The largest, the biggest users are the radio and TV stations. In the 75 million, 33 million come from the TV and radio stations. 13 million come from the live and background. It means the ambient music or the music played live, like today, for example, when Mayway made a performance. This is part of the live and background category. Digital, 12 million. Private copying, 10 millions, and others. I would like to come back to the first user in Africa, the largest, which is the TV and radio stations, SISAC, produced in 2019 and 2020, a study in 22 African countries to determine the level of respect of copyright by the TV and radio stations. It means, and it turned out that 60% of the radio and 70% of the TV stations do not pay copyright in the 22 countries. Let me repeat, 70% of the TV stations in Africa today do exploit the works, music, cinema, without paying the creators, composition creators. And when you look at radio stations, 60% of the radio stations do exploit in analogical or digital works without paying their authors. So I absolutely wanted to draw your attention to this situation. We have some exploitation on the one hand, huge, but we don't have remuneration, whereas we have laws in all the countries of the African Union who hold the respect of human rights, of copyright for the monetization of creativity. One idea about the collections of the countries. On top, you have South Africa. We have 40 million. Morocco, I would like to congratulate the Moroccan Office for Copyright, BNDA. And finally, Cote d'Ivoire. The other countries, the rest, represent between 1.5 million and 1.2 million. It depends. So you see more or less the situation in Africa. What is the challenge, in fact, in the continent? There's a total number of challenges. I have noted 5. The first one is the pressure exercised on the collective management model. About the, in fact, collective management is made by the copyright society. At the end of COVID, the hotels, the restaurants, etc., have highlighted the fact and the economic difficulties in order to ask at some point to ask for the payment, not to pay the copyright fee. We at SISAC, we thought the following way. They said, yes, there is an economic difficulty for everybody, but since in this economy, the creators also need to live, to make a living, it is normal. Of course, we cannot suspend the right to life, the right to be paid by the creators, under the pretext that we have to leave the hospitality industry live the game. There is some injustice. When you have a hotel or a cafe, you are not allowed to use the music. People can come, but since you use some intellectual works, the law is clear, no exception. You have to pay. So there's already a pressure exercise on the collective management model. We saw it in some countries where the lobbies of the hotel industries ask the government, can you suspend the payment of copyright? And it means suspend the payment due to the creators, which poses a real problem. Second challenge is the explosive growth of the digital technologies. We all know the era where producers, the artists used to live from the production of the CDs, DVDs, and cassettes. But now these media have disappeared. People do not buy music. People subscribe to music. Spotify doesn't give you physically the music. You subscribe to a service. So the platforms have imposed a new economic model so that the payment of
se réduit à la bonne
reduced to the goodwill of algorithms. If the algorithm finds you, you will receive. But the digital exploitation has to be substantial enough so that you receive some compensation. So the copyright model is also hurt by the digital technologies, which has become the dominant economic model. The technology giants also exercise pressure on. This is what we call the capture of the economic value. When you go on YouTube, when you want to look, to listen to music, people show you some advertisement. YouTube doesn't create content. You put content. YouTube only monetizes the traffic that goes towards the video. And YouTube captures this value and sells it back to the authors. So the copyright itself is endangered because of this economic capture of value made by the digital platforms. This is also another debate. And I will finish with the two last issues of concern to us. It's the resistance or the bad faith of users. The laws are in place. Users of TV and radio stations and festivals and cafes are informed, but they do refuse to pay, simply, pure and simple. And finally, the national government, you have the weak implementation of the respect of copyright, which means the lack of mechanisms to enforce the copyright. Because at the end of the day, and Mrs. Alawi from the BMDA can tell you, the Copyright Society doesn't have the power to oblige a user to pay. If he doesn't pay, maybe the issue will go to court. It will take 2 years.
It belongs to the power of the public to respect copyright. But there is a weakness, and I will give you 2 examples of what it was imagined of copyright community to try to bring the use. So the first example of Malawi. So the Corporate Society of Malawi, at the end of each year, it organizes an event when it gives nice prizes to those who pay, the good people, the good ones who pay, to create a sort of emulation. It goes on television live, people see that, and that's it. Whereas the first approach, which is the Malawi approach, the second approach, which is in Zimbabwe, Well, in Zimbabwe, it was that a long time ago, the director of the Zimura, the society or the community of copyrights, had bought a space in a newspaper when it is to partition the rights of copyright. She wrote, "Dear artist, will not be able to pay the entirety of the rights because the following artists, they are not acquitted. They did not pay, including the radio, the impact. It's an approach of moving people. This to show you that those who don't pay, all of them, they came saying, and we have to pay. Don't put us on the newspaper. How much should we pay? We don't put our names on the newspaper. And starting from this example and this exact, we realize to respect copyrights by monetization. There's a negative connotation, and then we need to think of another approach in which the idea to go into a system of labeling or label. The label allows the one who pays gains or emanates an economic value from the respect of copyright. Which means pay copyright allows you now to be positioned as an establishment, as an entity that contributes to the creation of jobs, contributes to the economic diversity, to the creation of a richness, and also a just society. So we thought to put a system called copyright friendly. It's a label that is for the author, copyright friendly. We started with the Cabo Verde project. Why Cabo Verde on an island? It is composed of some island. There's an island called Santa Maria. There's a festival very particular. It attracts each year 2,000 to 2,500 visitors. But this festival, in the economic model of festivals, it's about songs. But this festival does not pay the creative content. So by discussing with the city, that's where it was very useful for people. By discussing with the city council, we realized that one of the richness of Santa Maria and this festival, because during the period of all the hotels, all the restaurants, all the artisans, they have turnover. They have worked now with the city council, so that it's absolutely necessary that this festival should get the copyrights with the City Council of Santa Maria, who has paid the fees of copyright with the account of the festival. What was the request? So that each tourist comes to Santa Maria, will stay at the hotel, and at night there's a tax to be paid and other tax. On each plate there is a tax that goes back to the state. Each taxi, when you take the tax, there is a tax to be paid. There are fiscal or taxation money that is gained from that. So we started this model, and we set an apparatus between the government, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Culture, the Minister of Tourism, the City Council of Santa Maria, and also the community of copyright. We see here the director of the Cabo Verde Association, who was present here in the think tank in Rabat. And beside her, there's the Minister of Culture that they are going to sign, they were about to sign on the first label in the Festival of Santa Maria. We started in the pilot stage to sensitize the entirety of the economic operators who were benefiting from the money gained by the hotels, the festival, and the rest. And it is very useful to pay the copyright fee. So just to say, no, we pay already too much. And then it becomes very interesting. The government and the city council have decided that only the hotels and restaurants who have the label will be beneficiaries of the market. All the conferences, all the workshops, all the seminars, all the symposiums, we will go only to the restaurants who own the label. And from overnight, the restaurant, and all the other entities, they run directly to know how much should it. So we have to change this power relationship between the community of authors and the users who are in a position of power. I mean, they're them who impose their own economic model. The idea was between September 2019 and 2026, 75 of the users, they were, it's the whole guidelines to work going to get the label friendly, the copyright friendly label. They were asking us why? Because to position the city as a city that respects the label, to make it a nation, it's an attraction element. Cabo Verde has shown its willingness. And at that time, I remember we didn't have at that time the budget to go into it. But we understood and asked for a mechanism of the World Bank and the Department of Tourism to implement the pilot stage. But unluckily, there was the COVID that happened and we didn't finish the pilot stage. But at least we have taken lessons and morals first. That the label allows for an entity, it's a collective government, to mean a city, organization, enterprise, and a venue or a it allows to demarcate and to position yourself. Well, the label has the potential to reinforce the reputation and the image of a brand by establishing a positive association with values like respect, responsibility, ethics, engagement in favor of innovation, the creation of jobs, and also culture. So the label becomes a generator of a narrative, not only respecting copyright, but it contributes to create jobs for them. It contributes so that local culture can be diversified. It contributes to the tolerance and to find elements to consider. It can also attract the clientele, which is very particular. And we saw that in Cabo Verde, because the hotel and the restaurants, they project and they show the label. And they say, I participate to a good action, good reflection, to a good way of thinking about that, which allows to attract clientele to its value. And it is this way that the type of users that they have an economic advantage, you have better clientele. So the label becomes a way to attract the clientele, to attract, because it's an economic way. Apart from sleeping and eating at the hotel, when we painting, sculpture, television, concerts, which means that you stay at the hotel or restaurant, be particular, but there must be a sensitivity, I would say. And it attracts creative companies. We are in an ecosystem that is copyright friendly. There are other enterprises who want to be established, set there. Not only the legal element, but for tourism, it can attract the destination to a city. So the tourists feel very encouraged to participate, and by consequence, they will spend the artisanal, they will buy products, they will invest in restaurants, because we take something very known. It's the feeling of guiltiness. We get into a space that we are exposed, and but with the label, it allows you to create a feeling in which tourism to participate in a system that is just, and this can help related to the income and revenue of a city. The more we invest, the more taxes is there. So to finish on the label allows you to, it allows to position local governments and that revenue for the conferences, for other events, for not just the image, the brand image, but of the country. Because that was the stake with the Top. By legalizing Santa Maria as a city with respect to it's Capo Verde that was on the map as a destination. So beyond this local government, it's a whole city that is positioned, and this attracts tourism, that distraction. Well, all these industries can profit from that. We have works here in the capital, African capital of culture, to use now what we have for in the pilot stage, and also for the good news. So we see what was retained by the entirety of the participants, and we thank the Kingdom of Morocco, which has allowed us to move into the superior stage, the ambition to take Rabat, a copyright-friendly city, to labelize Rabat as a capital respectful of copyright. And I thank once more the Moroccan Bureau of Authors, the feelings of the Minister of Culture, and the good for this label and the program for all those capitals. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Elion, who have subscribed to this idea. For the entirety of the cities will be retained as capitals of so that the label, an integral part, becomes part and parcel, and one of the toolboxes to be used. We prescribe the label in the operation to become very operational in local governments. And so this label plays an important, and in the name of SAC, the Moroccan Bureau of Association of Writers, to be able to work with you, with the local governments and the city council, to make the label much more operative. To work, and we said with one of the participants, which exploits today the worker of the sport. So the label will bring a lot of benefit to sport. The African tournament, the African sports, and how we can work to labelize the roads and all of it. So more than the artwork to circulate, and to make sure that those who receive audience or concert or painting, they get committed to respect copyright. So the meaning of Bashaka, so how the roads can be labelized also. To operationalize the label, to make it operational, to make it useful. The medical insurance and also social security. And last, very important, that in the framework, in the free zone of exchange, how we can remunerate the freedom of movement in the cultural side, and position the operational side of the label as a framework of proposition of action and the necessity of respect of copyright in Africa and the platform, the digital platforms.
Samuel, on vous applaudit très très fort.
Applaud you very, very hard and very loudly, you know, even if it is meant, we have to manage that. I thought about Boileau. All that is well conceived and it is well pronounced, and then we can see it was wonderful, it was clear. You had a wonderful speech. I understood everything, even if that was a special discourse and very specialized. Just 2 or 3 figures that are very important about the deficit and enough 9 million euros, 9 billion euros collected, only 75 of it can, so 70% on music. That's very good. So we have mentioned 3 countries that are ahead: Morocco, South Africa, Cote d'Ivoire. I think it's very important. We're trying to go up the hill, as you said. We go up, but we are not just at the top. We're not at the. I will give Dalal Hamdi Alawi that I witnessed. He was very present in the 3 or 4 in this coffee shop La Seine, about the ideas, about the exchange, about everything. So thank you for all and for everything. Hello. Samuel has said everything. Hello, everyone. So I will try to add something, but everything was already said. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Creative industries up for the economic development and social and economic, and Morocco has the determination and the political willingness to be integrated in this presents a potential of the economic markets. There's very, we have to be conscious that artistic creation is not for free of charge. It can generate funds, it can create jobs, which guarantees the value, the economic value, and about the commitment for the creation of jobs and culture, the contribution of citizens who respect the law, and also the neighboring right. So we put the main actors of this chain of value, creators, artists, and those who have the rights. That every creation, artistic creation, literary, is exploited by users, and precisely by the exploited by users into the deadlines, the operators of phones, telecommunication operators, and other exploits. These people do not respect the law, especially the copyright, by refusing to ask the copyrights of exploitation and the payment of rights. They don't, the creators who don't get the thing, which impacts negatively their creation and their creativity. That was the idea, to create this copyright-friendly label, which has an objective to instigate users to respect the authors and also the institutions to respect it. In the framework of the MOCA and the African continent, in the framework of Rabat as the capital, African capital, has defined the measures and the perspectives of the adoption of this concept by collective management in partnership with local governments to integrate the industry, the leverage. So it has seen the light in Santa Maria in Cabo Verde. That I congratulate on this issue. And Rabat will be the city of the launching of this in the whole of Africa, the launching of this project of copyright label, by reinforcing the brand image of the economy, and this copyright friend, it's a label which is included in the agenda of the coming meetings of the institutions behind all of that, in terms of copyright. And if this cynicism, fiscal cynicism, and this refusal, and not the respect of local issues, and this gives us the relativity, and thank you. So we have to be pro-label, copy-friendly. Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Dalal, just to remind you, something that goes to the creation is not free of charge. It's not just something that should allow the creator to survive. Yesterday, in the ministry of, and the conference of ministers, in order to advance, you have to be pragmatic and take the essential questions. I think this label copyright friendly was a question, essential question. It was launched in the MOCA framework in Iraq. If you have to keep something, so the Rabat is the African capital of culture. So this copyright is the manifest. These are the two wonderful achievements. And frankly, and sincerely, that's what we'll stay with all the intellectual right me. We will listen to you with attention, with absolute attention. It will be very, very brief given the time. I'd like just to say thank you to my father, Professor Elon Mercy, to my little friend, brother here, to give the occasion to meet the leaders and the elected of Africa. After what was said, I don't know if there is anything to. So as an artist, what is happening, and as an actor of culture, talked about copyright, talked about the responsibility of the collective local government, the responsibility, and I speak as an artist. In Africa, we cannot be artists simply. We have an artist engaged in a society, in the community, and this population are the ones that are in the periphery. They don't have access to school, they don't have access to food, we don't have access to means of health, a good means of health. That's it. That our responsibility must be engaged, must be committed. I cry, I make a call for those who are concerned, for those who are in the peripheries and the suburbs. I was very happy this morning by listening to Mrs. the Mayor by saying around the big monuments there will be proximity of small venues. With here that I want to engage in the example of Kigali with the mayor of Kigali, to bring him also to our elect, how you can dialogue with the operators in the neighborhood, as the creators of life that exists in our neighborhood. Because in 30 years, we created a neighborhood. And that's where a lot of youth have learned, they were trained to become somebody of importance in life that we have. So success doesn't not a path from the university or a course, but it's a long path. What you want to become, we have to have venues, we have to have tools. And that's the responsibility of local. I start from the example of Kigali, because when I went to meet the mayor of Kigali, We talked about biggest building to receive the artists. This, we cannot go there. That's too expensive for us. We cannot go over there. I met in the initiative of Rwanda who are engaged and committed to pay the artists. And then they say, go and see your mayor so that they would give you a venue, place. The responsibility of local government, how you can work and collaborate with the actors. And this is part of the proposition which we use on your territory. You have people who are committed to this cultural activity. And sometimes they lack the venue, they lack a place, they lack a facility. We have to find an understanding to give us the venues and to have contact. And we want that to be a preoccupation. And the next one's how you can really cover the territory and how you can circulate among artists. In the there are the roads of artists in your cities. We cannot take the road directly to Rabat. Let us say take Rabat by direct road. But instead of taking the sea, but how we can go to each place to get to the capital. We have etc. The road of artists, because we think that by accompanying to invest into the infrastructure, the networks, which allow the artists to play, to move, but also to invest in small places and cities, because we think only about capitals. But the majority of the population and the youth are inside. It's on the road with artists in Central Africa. It should belong to, and here with our friend from Kigali, we think how we can do the junction, starting from Goma, from the RDC, then there is the road which is established to arrive at Kigali, Kugura, and to do the bridge with Africa, East Africa, and then to arrive to Nairobi. So we are in need of elected members to think together. The big capital of Africa, there are artists in Africa, everywhere, to come to Rabat. I will not spend 48 hours or 72 hours, but less time to get. So these are the two important elements just to finish, because we don't have, we cannot continue to finance our culture, in which I salute and hail the example of Morocco. Morocco gives us. We cannot continue to finance our culture and development by financing an exterior finance. We have the capacity to, in Africa, be able to mobilize resources. How all these events, how they were financed. But I think on the continent there's possibility, even if though we don't reject, but let's start first to find the local means. There is a huge capital of industry, and that's why I find a lot of choice of the forum, the economic forum of culture. It's an initiative that we discuss with the local, which is today, which should be taken by the institutions or your government, which allows for the Africa to give this example, which is an initiative of President, but 75% of the budget was 60% of this budget was financed. All that was produced, it doesn't go back, it does not present, it's not presented in Africa. I think it is possible, and I heard a friend about sport. So these funds of investments, we have to look into that, and thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this cry of the heart for this community. Thank you for reminding us with these words, which tell us, which inform us about this peripheral community. It's a bit like the beating heart that we have absolutely listened to. Otherwise, you will find elsewhere you will have from Google and all other things that are related to it. So we have talked about the roads, the network of artists. So we have to remind ourselves. So this road of artists, it's about the economic forms system. But yesterday, the conference of ministers talked about the next meeting, the economic forum. It's an idea that moves. Thank you, sir. I will give the floor to Alain Betty, that we have listened to, whom we have listened with a lot of heartfelt encouragement. Hello, everyone. I'm Alain Betty. I'm the founder of MOCA. So MOCA is, you have heard these 2 days. Before getting into details, I would like to thank the Kingdom of Morocco for its welcome, for its hosting, for having this capital. I would like to thank the Minister of Culture and Youth. The city of Rabat, our partner, have chosen to represent the marketplace of creative and artistic creation. So we, as a platform, ambition is to unite the actors of the ecosystem. So like this forum, like unites the mayors, the responsible, we meet, we get the artists together in collaboration with the responsible person, the people who are responsible to us. I would not get into details, but I will give you an overview to give you the video to listen to it and to see.
Nous attendons la régie.
Wait, the projection.
Merci.
Thank you. Concretely, I will take the name on behalf of the MOCA, producers of the festival, meeting and music, literature, the visual arts, say that finally, when we create this type of meeting on the territory, we take more consciousness about impact, this creation of jobs. We are catalysts of delegations here in Rabat. We have 80 professionals and 80 professionals, the city of Qatar, for the brilliant aspect of your city. And I don't talk about the tourism impact, but which to have a brilliant image of the city. Because to organize this type of manifestation, it's a whole system that we articulate. The youth that we get them into, that we train in the transfer of competence. It's a true tool of dynamism of territory. But most of the time, we have seen, like what we say, some of these places are risky because we observe practices that are not good practices that will impact the development of revenue. But on this, that we have professionals need to enlarge this projects to copyright label friendly, copyright friendly, because we have to secure our system and advance the territory, and also to guarantee the attraction side that finally will be a win-win that will profit for the active, not just the artist. It's a stake for it and a challenge to create a platform which remains a stake to allow the viability and also the safety of the whole ecosystem.
I wanted to tell you that by looking at the emergence of this label, the emergence of this label, as Mocha said, Ashtamir said, well, part and parcel want to have a label and have to quality label for all the platforms, because through those meetings, these are transactions with marketplaces that will prefigure the free trade area. But if we, in the cultural industry, have no security, no guarantee of the fact that there will be some equity and some fair compensation of the work of the creators, and no fair compensation, how we'll have lost part of the battle despite the free trade zone. So I invite you to be part of this agenda that is waiting for us for this quality label. This is a institutional label, because in the short term it will be the operational implementation of this label. And then tomorrow, Samuel was mentioning Aya, Cabo Verde, Rabat today, but tomorrow it will be all the territories that will have to apply to adopt this label. And for, as was suggested by elder brother here, Emile Vincent, we have to have some economic fora of territory annually or twice annually for the territories, so that our ecosystem is viable. And make real what our Jean-Pierre Langbassi is hoping to see culture to be one of the pillars of development, sustainable development around the world and in the territory. To come back to what we have experienced in this MOCA in Rabat, we have celebrated the first quality label of a telecom operator a few months ago. I will show you. I will pay tribute to the work of one of our colleagues called Brahim El Mazenek, who has launched a platform called Visa for Music. And after analysis and study of their 10 years of practices, we realized that Visa for Music is an actor on the Rabat territory. It meets all the criteria because they pay the copyright and they participate in the ecosystem, and they have a lasting impact on the city of Rabat, and it gives a real visibility to Morocco So I'm very glad to present this first cultural operator who got a quality label. Unfortunately, his team could not make it and is not here. But as a colleague, I'm very glad to present this first quality label. It is a first, and we hope that during the next capital city, we'll be able to mention a long list of graduates and award winners and a long list of cities with quality label. Thank you all for your attention. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Alain Bijak, for this pro domo advocacy about copyright, about those fragments of life and fragments of souvenirs. There's a lot of emotion because we have met many people. It was a wonderful edition, opportunity for creation and culture. I will now give the relay. I will give the relay. I will, to summarize, what has been said, I will give the floor to Mr. Jean-Pierre Bassi, the Secretary General of United Cities and Local Governments of Africa. Mr. Bassi.
Ouais, je vais donc rapidement
So, quickly, can you introduce yourself quickly? Jour for the European Commission. I worked for some time as the General Director of Education, Culture, and Media Programs of the European and Audiovisual Industries at the European Commission for many years. So I have worked a lot on copyright. I find very interesting today's discussion about the quality, the question of the quality label. It's really a very good idea. So I think it will, as you said, a concrete result of Rabat African Capital of Culture. One point has not been mentioned, but I would like to make the most of all the mayors here and of you to raise this issue. I have looked at all the copyright societies in Africa. There's indeed the issue of collection of the fees and copyright, but we saw that there are some existing societies. Normally they have one or two members in their staff, so the operational capacity was rather limited. So how to return this money to the authors? This is the problem. Because I saw in Mozambique and other countries that they even gave some fines for the pirated CDs, but the people who are supposed to pay the money was never given to the authors. So we really have to think about how to return money to the authors. It's complicated sometimes. Even some artists who receive their fees in France, Belgium, but the money it's only small amount. People are never paid. So I wanted to raise this issue. So if it is not possible, so can we create a fund to support the sector and that people will have, the authors will have access to the fees. So thank you very much, Mr. Figueres. The book is still open. Lots of long path remains to be crossed. Mr. Bassi, if you please.
The end of this session was planned for 14 hours. We stick at it. Yeah, sorry. First of all, thank you for being here and being so present. And thank you for putting so much attention on culture. We see in this program that culture is perceived no more as a series of happenings, but mostly, and this was done here at the occasion of this meeting, or this forum, as the beginning of a deep reflection to own culture and its prospects. This is good news. Also good news is the unanimous adoption of the manifesto for the renewal of culture in Africa and in its diaspora. This renewal is about defending and promoting Africa's cultural identity and authenticity, showcasing the excellence of African culture and creativity to the world so that it can take its right place and right share in the global cultural economy. Not forgetting the critical role of arts, culture, sports, and creative industry in contributing to the attractiveness and branding of our cities and territories, but also in building our living together and contributing to peace building. We thank you to have adopted the manifesto, and we thank you to have adopted the label copyright friendly. We invite all the operators and all the cities to buy into this label, implement it, and enforce it. We also realize that even ministers accepted the idea of organizing an economic conference on culture and creative economy. This is what they said. We have to push them to do that. Because if we don't, it will remain declaration of conferences, but not something that will be implemented. So since they didn't give a date for this conference, we might be the one to set a date for this conference. And you can, if you so wish, I can be your mouthpiece, pushing the ministers to have this conference sooner than later. What we also had as a result of all the discussion, including the discussion during the MOCA, is that to maintain the flame of African culture among the youth on the continent and in the diaspora, we need to include culture in the curricula, education curricula, starting from the primary school towards college. We also, as many people said it, try and adopt a circulation language, but also protect the disappearing languages, because every language bears with it a culture. A language is a bed for culture. So don't say because we are having an official African language, we'll be observing the disappearance of the other language as something that is good. No, it is not good. We have to protect and promote all our languages, even if we wish to have a circulation language that will then propel Africa as a player at the world level. Because to be a player at the world level, let the Igbo people learn your language. The moment you cannot have the other people have an appetite to learn your language, because only then can they transact with you in an equal foot, you are always beneath those who think that their language is superior to your language. And if you allow this to happen, even if you are independent, you are totally colonized and maybe forever. So we also insisted, and this during the MOCA, we insisted to say that the national institution in charge of protection of the right of the authors has no weight in front of these multinational, these groups that are disseminating the music, arts from our artists. So it is very important that there be a regrouping of those, and we call for a Pan-African instrument to track the origin of our cultural goods and to defend, protect intellectual property of our artists, so that they can be in an equal foot with this multinational that are populating or disseminating our music from using mobile technologies and other technologies. And finally, and this was said in the meeting of ministers, and I think you need to know it as well in this meeting, that there is need for an instrument that will allow Africa not to miss out on the fourth industrial revolution. And we have all opportunities for that. We have the youngest population in the world, maybe the most acquainted to mobile technologies, and maybe the most open to future, because it's through these kind of technologies that they can cope with the other region of the world. So it is very critical that mayors take a bold stand on organizing a dialogue with the professional of culture and arts in their cities. And as I told you yesterday, use the Nagoya Protocol principle. Nurture your artist. And through the nurturing of your artists, will you gain if these artists grow? I gave you the example of the city of Bondy in France, where Mbappe was raised as a footballer. And the moment Mbappe moved to Monaco, they gained millions. The moment Mbappe moved to Paris Saint-Germain, they gained millions. Do the same thing for your artists, and you will no longer be in the begging position for grants if you understand the economy of creative industry. So really, I thank you all for having been here. And let me recognize, I don't know if he's still in the room, Mr. I don't see him anymore, the former mayor of Dakar, Khalifa Sall. I cite Khalifa Sall because he was one of my preferred president of UCLG Africa, because it made us make headways where we are now. He helped us adopt the new strategy we are building now and show us the ambition that local government should have in rebuilding this Africa. Remember, when we met at Africities in Dakar in 2012, the theme of this Africities was building the unity and development of Africa from its territories. It means that you are the future of Africa. And culture is at the bulk, at the heart of building Africa from its territory. I thank you for your attention.
Je me joins à vous, Monsieur Mbassi, pour Monsieur Khalifa Sall, parce que c'est lui qui
do join you, Mr. Mbassi, to commend Mr. Khalifa Sall, because this is the first edition of the workshop. And it is really a great moment of philosophical thinking about culture, those think tanks. We're also talking about Mr. Ndiaye and Mrs. Tobira, who was also present, who brings all the African cultural elite. It's a great event, that moment that takes place in Dakar. I would like to thank Mr. Mbassi. You saw we are not yet there. We are just midway in the hill. Well, a few steps still left to get there. So I just would like to say that we shall be able to have lunch. Madam Mayor has been able to negotiate so that you can have lunch for 1 hour. We had lots of ideas, lots of food for thought. Now we need some physical food, some vegetable and some fruits. So we'll have lunch, and there will be a visit of Rabat. And then I just would like to tell you that, please, Sarah says that for the people who are leaving, because unfortunately, when we looked at the souvenirs and fragments of souvenirs, it's already the departure. So for Casablanca, you should get five hours at before departure, and for Rabat, 4 hours before departure. You have all of the logistics. You have some teams that are at your service. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mustafa Dele, for yesterday. It was exciting. Thank you, Farida Mahab, for today. And thank you, Monsieur Fadeli. I was just joking. Thank you, Mr. Fadeli. Later, I would like to call here Monsieur Farida, Monsieur Monsieur Fadeli, and tell you that Mrs. Farida Mahab should stay here at the same time. Come here, dear moderator. When we call you, you have to come here, says Mr. Bassi. I would like a round of applause, a real, for this gentleman and for this lady. To tell you the truth, we could never have conducted this before. It has been conducted without the maestria, the bright management of these two people. We owe them a lot, and we also owe a lot to our colleague from Tanzania, who said, or Libya, who said yes, but we speak French, but we need some other language. But without the interpreters at the back, we would never have understood each other. So a round of applause for the interpreters. So listen, we're here in the terminal phase of Rabat African Capital of Culture. No, Madam Mayor, you have to adopt this idea, Madam Mayor. 1,000 thank you. A million thanks. You have a team that have been chosen by the mayors and the leaders of local governments of Africa to be the very first African capital of culture. And somehow, you have shown to us that you deserve, widely deserve, to be the first African capital of culture. You widely deserve it. And you have heard everybody say here, and you even said it yourself, that never Rabat could have reached this level without the resolute commitment of His Majesty, King Mohammed VI. And first of all, he is a man of culture. And I would like to let you know that probably he's one of the first curators of this continent. Because wherever he goes, when he has some works of artists, he does everything he can to buy works to maintain the livelihood of the artist. And you see all the things he is doing in the field of culture. I think that if Rabat deserved to be African capital of culture, we could even say, and I would even say, we must absolutely pay, we must pay tribute to His Majesty, King Mohammed VI. And I really would like, Madam Mayor, since you are the authority, the most authorized authority in this room, I would like you to be our mouthpiece. Our mouthpiece. Please be our mouthpiece with Majesty and with the government of Morocco to tell them and tell His Majesty our feeling of recognition, profound gratitude, and and finally, I would like to underline how much cultural professionals have liked to come to Rabat. And I want to tell them that it is only a beginning. From now on, let's work and make sure that Rabat becomes a world-famous cultural center. And this we cannot do it. So you still have to be resolute. Do it. We leave Rabat. But the African culture, capitals of culture do not stop. And Rabat will transmit the torch to another city. When this city will be chosen, we shall invite the Rabat to come to transmit the torch to the city that will be chosen. It will not be done here today, but congratulations, Rabat. And thank you for all the things you have done. Let's say once again, the buses will be here outside. The buses will be outside the hotel at 3 p.m. Take the time enough to eat, but allow me personally one sentence, just one sentence. Congratulations to my team. Congratulations to UCLG Africa. Congratulations to UCLG Africa. And congratulations for the whole mobilization. Without mentioning anybody, because when you mention people, you would say, oh, he prefers this person. My whole team, you have deserved my admiration. Thank you. Thank you very much, says Mafrida Moha. Apparently, this is the end of the meeting.
Donc, je tiens à remercier d'abord les organisateurs.
Madam Mayor of Rabat, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. I would like to thank our Secretary General of UCLG Africa for the efforts made. And of course, I would like to add my thanks and I want a round of applause from you. Thanks to our King, His Majesty Mohammed VI. Thanks to His Majesty that Rabat is at the head of African cities of culture. It is thanks to His Majesty's clear-sightedness that has a rather advanced infrastructure. It is thanks to the efforts of His Majesty and thanks to his commitment as a man with a great M. I would like to thank our African colleagues for being here, for honoring us with their presence. And I would like to tell them, our king is your king. He's the king of Africa. And I'm glad to have His Majesty Mohammed VI to be our king. God bless him. Thank you very much, said Madam Mayor of